Welcome back to Curse, Code, and Crown, a live play Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition podcast featuring a fully original world and campaign. I am the wizard Cronox, observer of time. Curse, Code, and Crown features our regular voiceover artists and improvisers, Laura Elizabeth as Princess Gwendolyn, Tyler Hewitt as Makka Deathcap, and Ryan LaPlante as Duncan Danno, alongside our dungeon master, the incredible Tom McGee. So get ready for an adventure including thrills, chills, and hope for a brighter tomorrow. It's time for Curse, Code, and Crown!
So having solved the problem for the Twin Lords of Garbage Town by taking out their rival who had stopped up their waste processing scheme, Lord Flicker, the Magma Lord, you've instead installed his youngest son, Fievel the Poopsmith, who's taken over in his stead and is now the Magma Lord, who has resumed operations and seems to be interested in turning its ways of war towards ways of peace and poop processing. You return to the Lords of Garbage Town, who rewarded your efforts with their part of the amulet, thus meaning you have half of the amulet required to get past the automated defenses and exit into the broader world. When faced with the decision between going to Farmville to deal with the butcher or to go meet the Liquid Lord at his factory, Makka reached out to the cluster and found that there seemed to be some sort of excitement and expectation coming from the Liquid Lord, and as a result, the party decided to make their way there. So it's a bit of a hike. It's less wooded out this way, more sort of green pastures, rolling fields, that sort of business. The sky is a brilliant blue with occasional clouds drifting by. The air is fresh, and you have a couple moments to catch up. Now, Duncan, you had a question for Makka that you weren't able to ask earlier. Do you think you would ask it at this point or not?
It was about his faltering kind of thing?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
He said he was cut off from the cluster and that was messing with his...
Yes. I think now would be the time that I bring it up. I also just need to bandage myself because I got my fucking ass kicked by that lava. So I'm imagining, can I use hit dice for that, Tom?
Yep.
Or are we counting this as a rest, or what are we doing?
Cool.
Great. Hit dice away.
I gotta do that too.
I'm going to use them all.
Yeah, I will too.
And that gets me close. All right. I'm only 1 hit point short now. So my hair is not quite as sharp, but otherwise I'm back to health. So, Makka, you'd mentioned that you were faltering because you were far from the cluster, or you'd lost touch with the cluster. What is the cluster? I don't entirely understand. I know you the cycle, but you also look different from the other turtles.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I am different from other turtles. The cluster is just what I have come to call the collective consciousness related to decay and the cycle of bringing life from death. It is a consciousness older than any mortal, older than kingdoms. It's everywhere, in the ground, in the air, and it's inside each and every one of us as well. And when I awoke to my true purpose as a servant of Jossi, the cluster was there with me then. Yes. I was alone before that. I did not realize, but I was, and now I am never alone. The cluster is with me always.
Does it speak to you, or is it sounds like sort of like a guiding religious principle? Like, how direct is the contact?
It is a presence I feel at all times. which is why I was so disturbed when I could not feel it. It does not speak in words the way you and I do, but it makes me feel things. An intuition, yes. Does that make sense?
Vaguely. It sounds like it's one of those things that would make perfect sense if you were involved in the relationship. Kind of like trying to describe being in love to a child. There's only so much that can be said through words. Is that the only time you've ever been separated since then? Just in the magma in the mountains?
Oh, yes. Ever since I awoke, I stayed in the swamp, where I felt the cluster strongest. The cycle of life and death in a swamp is potent and powerful. Death and decay, new verdant life springing forth, it's always happening there, in great numbers, great volume. It is a wonderful place to call home. I've left there only because the cluster and the cycle are at risk now.
So you don't think that is involved in the cycle at risk? Because we can look at it in the sense of the physical world, in that it's hot and there would not be a great deal of traditional decay in that environment. But it was also a place of madness and demonic energy and arrogance and war. Do any of those oppose the cycle?
Arrogance and war are constructs of mortals, not found in nature. The absence of decay was disturbing, but I find if they resume the collection and sorting of waste, that perhaps that place too can become a part of the cycle. Yes.
Excellent. So, having at least shared more with Duncan about what your stance on the cluster is, leaving him perhaps with some new ways to think about how interconnected things are beyond courts and laws and the affairs of mortals. The three of you find yourselves getting closer to the factory. Gwendolyn, was there anything you wanted to discuss with your compatriots before you arrive?
I think I said everything. I don't think so at this point.
Great.
So I actually have a question for Gwendolyn on the scale of Gwendolyn stuff. Gwendolyn, you've built, or at least begun building, this new alliance of equality, which I have to admit was not what I'd expected for someone who was concerned with crown and propriety and property. Where do you see this journey going?
Well, I mean, it should be going in the opposite way that it's been going. To be honest, I don't really know. I mean, I don't really have a good model to work off of, but it seems like the way it's been going so far has been crap for a lot of people.
I mean, I can see you making facial expressions, but I can only look at a mask. So if you're expressing yourself in there. So you've accepted that it's a better path for you to not have power and just to speak as an ambassador to an ideal.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I can still look after Orville.
If we can take it back. But the supply lines will have changed. The Orville that you've left will not be the same, and it seems you've taken that lesson to heart. I do not know the country you will return to, or the land you will rule, or the changes that you've made and their after effects, but it seems like you're thinking of others before yourself, and that is a change.
Look, it's pretty clear that everything is going to change. I mean, the whole bloody thing's in frickin' shadow. I don't know that Gwendolyn would say frickin', but we'll go with it.
She's been surrounded by swearing lowborn for a few days.
She's out on the road. She's living a new life. It's fine.
I mean, to be honest, this is just kind of, I feel like I'm flying by the seat of my pants. A bit.
And normally you don't even wear pants, so this has been a whole journey for you. Now you're trapped. You're a literal pair of pants. They're metal, but I can appreciate the pressures that this has put upon you.
Well, I mean, we used to talk a lot about what things could be and how things used to be. And I think I've just been having you back here. I've been thinking about the conversations we had when I was younger.
And that's good. You got to think back on those days and the things that you had accepted as reality and the things that you wanted to be the future. There are two things that I would suggest you keep in mind moving forwards. And one is you've started an alliance, which means you can speak for that alliance, but you cannot decide for that alliance necessarily. And each chain is only as strong as its weakest link, but stronger as a whole. You are not used to being a ruler. You've been a person for a long time, and a ruler can't be a person. Because to expose that humanity can weaken you, can make things harder because you have to consider many lives and not just your own. Perhaps, not if you keep abusing it, but you haven't done it so far, but it could happen. Perhaps, when we're alone, we could speak as people. Just for brief periods of time if you need to have a chance to be a person and not something more. Worth keeping in mind. And lastly, this one's awkward, but it's heavy, so it's worth thinking about. What if your father isn't dead, and he's made other promises for Orville? Only one ruler can wear a crown, and only one person can make those decisions.
Well then, I think we'll have to have a chat.
Agreed. At the very least, but we could leave it at that.
I mean,
Makka, it looked like you had something to say. You're a wise turtle.
I think the merits of what Gwendolyn is doing down here on Gren are worth something. I think.
Look, can we just stop saying what I'm doing? Because we're all doing it together.
Well, I'm doing it because I know in my bones that assisting you and aiding you is, in its own way, leading to the necessary repair of the cycle. And
all right.
I see the things you're doing down here. And where is this king, eh? I don't see him down here, uniting nations. I think what you are doing down here has power. And I think behind that, on those merits, you would make a good leader, good ruler.
Well, thank you for the vote of confidence. Still want to be clear, we're doing this together.
Yes.
I'm not on my own. Don't really want to be the only face of this. Thank you.
You realise that for the Alliance of Equality, you are the face, correct? I'm in charge, I'm the last living Dawnbreaker. I have to build them and they have to be in service of humanity and in service of the light. I'm occupied elsewhere. And Makka is ultimately a servant of the cluster. And the cluster seems to serve the same interests. Life finds a way, and peace does not necessitate, immortality or not organic beings. I think he'd only object if you were like the alliance of let's make everything a volcano. That seems to not go well for the cluster, but otherwise...
At the mention of immortality, Makka spits.
I rest my case. So realize, when it comes to that alliance, I can give you advice, and I will be here to advise you, but I can't make those choices. That's not who I am. Those aren't the codes I've taken. That's not the code I live by. That's you.
Duncan, can you roll me a dexterity save?
That is a 10.
Cool. The three of you are shocked as small birds land. One lands on each of your shoulders. Duncan, your reflexes and instincts are to dodge out of the way of this, but you're too slow, and the bird too gentle in its landing. So a bird lands on each of your shoulders, and you see that each of these birds has a note in holding like a little envelope in its beak. And the birds seem, and this, you're not quite sure, but this is how you're interpreting it, seem to bow to you and then hold out the note.
I'll take the note and begin to open it.
Sure. So it's a small envelope with a wax seal that has the letters IW in kind of curling script. So you break the wax seal. As soon as you take the note, the bird flutters away. The other two birds look slightly impatient.
Oh yeah, I same time. Just take it,
Great.
read it.
So all of you open the envelope and are hit with a blast of confetti and sparkles. And the note just says, "Hooray! Huzzah! I'm ever so happy you're here!" in scrolling script. And then you flip it over, and there's just an arrow pointing straight forward towards the factory.
Well, this is familiar.
Like we're standing in different positions, and the letters' arrows still point in the same direction.
No, they all point directly forward, but there's an assumption that if you were walking that direction, they would point the right way. If you're looking at it like upside down and left and right, you're like, it's like Dennis Nedry trying to figure out how to get off Ilsa Newbar, just spinning the arrow, being like, ah!
Okay.
Makka, it would appear that your assumptions about anticipation are correct.
Well, I suppose we should not let this mysterious party wait any longer than they are already. Yes.
So you continue down the path towards this factory. As you get closer, you can see that it is a number of sort of interlocking tiles that have been used to build it. Unlike Garbage Town and Stone's Throw, these are recycled materials, but they've been processed to look uniform. So basically, whoever built this took garbage materials, reprocessed them into similar shapes, and then built it that way. And as a result, it actually looks much more sort of architecturally sound than anything else you've seen so far, while also looking a little bit like an interlocking, like puzzle, like a Puzz 3D kind of thing, because everything is just kind of, nothing quite fits, so it's together, but there's odd bits sticking out here and there. And the closer you can get, you can actually see there's the central factory, but along the sides there are massive tanks, liquid tanks, that seem to be sort of upright in rows lining both sides of it. And similar to what you saw in Garbage Town, there are a number of mules with a variety of they're stabled right now, but you can see a bunch of similar to what you'd put on the back of an 18-wheeler in terms of holding these canisters. You can still see the kind of blue-pink smoke coming out of the smokestacks. As you approach, there's a large sort of metal fence around it, but it's a fence made of just sort of... It's more ornate than anything else. So it's very thin metal bars and big swirling gates. And as you approach, you can see there is a green velvet carpet that is being rapidly unfurled by two people quickly, like, trying to push it. And then they see you coming, they're like, oh shit! And they, like, try and roll it out faster. just as you approach the gate, you see just an incredibly sprightly character run around the corner, and then just see that the carpet isn't fully unrolled, and just throws up his hands. He's like, "Guys, come on, I can't do a whimsical. Okay, shit. Hi." He yells from a distance, and then starts like striding towards you, just avoiding the carpet entirely as the two workers kind of look down at their work. And you notice they're very small, which is odd. Ryan, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just going to yell in the distance. We can walk more slowly if you'd like us to time this out for the entrance.
No, it's okay. I sent the birds too soon. I just got excited. We haven't had anyone in a while. This is on me. Honestly, guys, you did a great job. We haven't rolled out the carpet in a while. It's a tough job. It's got a lot of muscle memory. I understand. Disappointed, but I understand. And the two kind of small fellows look up at him and nod, and they're like, "Sorry, boss." And then they start rolling the carpet back up, and it clearly doesn't roll back up as cleanly as it unfurls. So it's a lot like thump, thump, thump. They're like brushing leaves and shit off. Looks like this is going to be most of the rest of their day. And he gets to the gates, and he gives you a very kind of like sheepish like, "I'm sorry, hang on." Brushes himself off, and then like kind of looks up vaguely facetiously as though he's just done something surprising. He's like, "Ha ha! Huzzah and welcome!" You already saw it didn't work. Hi. I'm Ignatius Wimblethrope, and welcome to my wonderful factory, to the land of me, the Liquid Lord. And he thrusts both of his sleeves out, and you see kind of water shoots out of both of his hands in kind of a spray, and it kind of rains in a vaguely rainbow hue as it hits the ground. And he's like, and we haven't had guests in a really long time. So I am very happy to see you. I'm sorry things are a bit rusty. We haven't got to do the big entrance in a while. But nevertheless, happy to see you. You're my honored guests. Please come in. And then he goes and tries to like fumbles with the lock on the gate, and he's like, "Oh God, really? We need to start running drills again." And then he finally gets it open. And he like forces it open. He's a very slender person wearing a sort of a long coat with 3 separate curling tails. And he's got kind of pointed shoulder pads, just kind of a little curled beard, very, very sharp eyes, eyebrows that don't seem to ever know when to stay down. But perhaps most interestingly of all, his ears are pointed. And Makka, you would recognize him as an elf.
Hello, Ignatius. Was it Wimblethorpe?
Yep.
Wimblethorpe. Good, yes. My name is Gravekeeper Makka Deathcap of the Turtle People. Might I ask you, are you not an elf?
Yes. Funny story that. My father certainly was. My mother certainly was not. And as a result, I find myself in somewhat a strange position amongst the people of the world. But luckily, I've been able to find refuge here. Most people assume it's just part of my whimsical eccentricity. And that's kind of why I play up the, like, oh, ho, ho, look at me. Tends to draw attention away from, the listeners. Yes.
You are the first non-human I have met.
Ah, well, I'm glad to meet you. You are a
Turtle.
Turtle. Interesting. Yes, I was actually born here on down here in the Byproduct. So you're the first non-human I've seen, because definitely didn't see my dad either. So what do you know? And how about your friends, Sir Knight? And he kind of bows low to you, and then he looks at your arm and he says, "I must say that is a interesting livery. Are you a knight of Garbage Town?"
It might surprise you to learn that I'm the Princess of Orville.
Sure, and I'm the King of Orville, am I right?
Makka, looks at him, kind of shakes his head.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Ignatius Wimblethorpe. I am Duncan Kindarrow, the last of the Dawnbreakers, and you do, in fact, look upon Princess Gwendolyn Solaris, Princess of Orville, and the first ambassador of the Alliance of Equality.
You can see like his eyes go wide in a very like Donald Glover is surprised way, and he turns around. Actually, Donald Glover's a pretty great, like, if Donald Glover had pointed ears and was a bit taller, is a pretty good baseline for him. Not so much in a childish Gambino-y way, but more in like a Troy from Community kind of way.
He's in a great sketch.
I was gonna say Troy's personality and Abed's body.
Yeah, actually, that's very accurate. Yes, yeah. So he, his eyes kind of go wide, and he turns around, and he's like, guys, quick, roll it back out. We've got royalty, roll it back out. And they're like, oh shit! And then they start rolling it back out, and then they both kind of do one of those like jump and like clap hands out things that circus performers do. And he's like, I didn't realize royalty was coming today. Oh boy. Well, now I really feel like we should have been running drills because we are real rusty at this. Your Highness, welcome to our humble facility. I hope you have enjoyed our products topside. We have been the proud suppliers of all manner of liquor, drink, juice, and other beverage for Orville for generations, and we take great pride in our work, and we hope you have enjoyed.
You've done a tremendous job.
Gwendolyn, you have never fucking seen anything from these people up there. The wine that you're familiar with is all from, like, chateaus and places in Orville.
Yeah.
And then it occurs to you there are no vineyards in Orville, and that likely everyone is slapping labels on products that come from
on the same drink, on like the same wine.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if you choose to sell him or not, but
they're all just Jesse Pinkman, where they're like, I'm gonna add a little bit of chili pepper to my wine, and we're gonna call it Chili's.
Chili pea.
Yeah.
Yep.
But this is just like Gwen's like she's getting the gist of what's going on now, so just playing along.
Great. He is overjoyed. He is so thrilled. And he says, "Okay, well, please, we've done enough bitter banter out here. Let's get inside. I'm so glad you're here. And again, I don't mean to ask a boon so early in our visit, milady, but I do actually have something that you could help me with. We were hoping visitors would come soon, because as you can imagine, all of our taste buds are kind of shit at this point. We're so used to what we make here that we can't tell the difference anymore between various things. We've been messing with all of our formulas, and he's explained this as he like walks you towards the factory. And
as he Wonkas us towards the factory.
I'm not familiar with that term. Is that some kind of pop culture thing? I don't understand that reference at all. Anyway, he points to his impacrimpas and he says, these are my impacrimpas. They must also seem strange to you, for of course you've never seen such as they. That is because they are incredibly rare in this world, but here they work for me, and I suppose by association work for you, ma'am. Unfortunately, to the impacrimpas, everything tastes like chocolate, which is great for them, terrible for tasting notes for all of our various beverages. As for me, just can't stand the stuff. Don't like it. So, we desperately need some tasters. We need someone to tell us whether these new crops are doing what we hope they're doing, because we are trying to roll out some tremendously good new flavors for the new season. I do believe it is you're coming up on the spring party season in Orville. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if you've looked up recently, but
oh no, I've been inside developing flavors. That's what I do.
Well, do you remember where Orville usually is?
Yes, usually I can't see it because it's right behind one of my smokestacks that I haven't bothered to look around for reasons.
Can just step a couple meters to your left.
He does, and then like the three tails on his coat go flat. And he says, "Oh no! My doll's spirit! What Where is it?
All right, Lord Wimblethorpe, I do feel like this might have been handled a little more gently for you than just look up, it's gone, but there was an invasion. And the floating city has been stolen by those invaders, and we are forming an alliance of equality to both improve the world and get back Orville.
He looks crestfallen. He says, "That is truly terrible news, but also I'm glad to hear you're attempting to save it. I sent several of my messenger chickadees up there, and if I don't get them back, I mean, I can't just train more. It took years." Oh, dear.
The sooner we retake Orville, the sooner everything can go back to normal for you.
Absolutely, and truly, isn't that all any of us want? Now come,
Indeed.
Impacrimpas, inside my factory of wonders. So you enter the factory, and it's a factory of wonders in the way, like, I don't know if you've all been to Niagara Falls, but like Niagara Falls, Ontario is a special like carnival funhouse of hell.
Yeah, majestic tour toilet.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I like that.
Where it's got like the perhaps the most famous icon of all of it is Burger King Frankenstein, which is a Frankenstein's monster enjoying a Whopper that's just like 20 feet tall. So I would like you to imagine Wimblethorpe's factory like that, because he's had to build it out of trash. So it's as whimsical as he can make it, but it's a struggle.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of like Seussical pinwheel like trees and things that are clearly made of painted wood, that are just kind of like awkwardly spinning in place, and you know, everything kind of jerks along. True to his word, there are impacrimpas everywhere. They're sort of think like little blue goblins, and they have little like pug noses, and each of them has like one prominent front tooth, and they're just working away. You know, you see a couple like on break, like having lunch. They seem to be, you know, just discussing the in-house sports tournament that's going on. Apparently, a few of the Impacrimpas are attempting to run like a basketball league because they saw Ball Bud when it came through town, and they got like really into it. But no one's played before, so it's not going great. And then he brings you to kind of there's a canoe that's floating on a fast-moving body of water. That's around a central island that's pretty small. Like, you can see around the whole island. It's supposed to be kind of a majestic, fun tour, but it's going to take about 3 minutes for you to do the circle. And he's like, "Welcome to my factory of wonders, where the liquid lord takes away all your cares and worries. Join me on this magical adventure." And then he like stops and points at the canoe. And he's like, "If you'd like, you don't have to. You're a princess. So like, if you're not into joining me in a magical world, I guess that's fine."
No, we shall experience all of the joys.
A world of some imagination. Not pure, we can't afford pure, but some. And he gestures to the Impacrimpas to bring a slightly better boat, because he's looking at the suit of armor and the turtle, and he's like looking at this canoe, and he's like, So they bring over a slightly better boat, and he's like, "Please, we'll take the Royal Galley." And it's clearly like a dinghy that has been repaired, that probably at one point was a swan boat in one of Orville's like little like park lakes, but the swan head's been broken off, so it's just got like a weird swan stump, and the wings have been like shaved down, so they're kind of like half wings. You just want to ease your way in. It's like, "Join me, let's go." So basically, his ask for you is he has several beverages that he's really hoping will make a splash in the spring season whenever Orville is back from wherever it has gone. But he desperately needs to know whether you can tell the difference between them and which one you like the best, so he knows which one to inform the Impacrimpas to make the most of. He seems real desperate for you guys to do this. And he's like, and please, if you help me with this, I'll be happy to help you in any way I can. Free bevies for the road, perhaps? A royal vintage, maybe? I don't know. It's up to you. You're the royals. You'll tell me what's what.
All right. Well, I think there sort of are some like full confessions up front, which is Makka Deathcap prefers things that smell and taste like shite. So you might want to do like a turtle selection that could sell among turtles. If Makka, are other turtles like you in their interests and beliefs?
No, not particularly. No.
All right, so you can basically do a line of just what the turtle would like.
Well,
Or,
actually, if he's into fungi and that sort of thing, we actually do have a part of our fermenting process that we've been working on that involves quite a bit of fungus, and we're really not sure whether it's going to make things better or worse. So if you could just take a look at that, that would be stellar.
Makka's like eyes widen and is like, did you say, fermenting?
Did I? And he yells to the Impa Krimpas like, get ready the tunnel of fermentation, we're going in! Like, sorry, we normally keep that one off limits because of how off-putting it is to people with noses. But if you're interested, and he like takes out his plugs, he's like, I'd be happy to take you through.
Please, yes, immediately.
Oh, good.
No.
And Duncan, what was your other...
And the princess, can you actually taste anything?
I kind of stick my own finger in my little mouth hole.
Ting it off of the solid
Yeah,
helmet?
yeah.
No, you can't. But you could theoretically pour a beverage into your eye slits and then claim to understand the flavor. It would require a deception check, though.
I legitimately don't know if you can or not, so that deception check would also have to go against Duncan.
No.
It's not for Duncan so much as it is for Iggy if she doesn't.
Oh yeah, but I don't know if she can taste or not either, so it might actually be fooling me unless she tells me it's a lie.
No.
Oh, I see.
I would recommend that my dear Duncan judge the flavor profiles of everything, and I would simply give my
Assist.
opinion on the visual aesthetic quality.
Design and branding is one of the strong suits of the nobility, so...
Oh, good. Well, we do try and make sure that every label and every bottle is just that little extra bit special so that everyone knows the fine quality coming from their friend, the Liquid Lord and his Impa Krimpas down here on... in Byproduct. And obviously, since the princess recognized my factory and my brand, that'd be excellent. I'm so glad to be famous up there, is I suppose what I'm saying.
But I'm just gonna look to the princess.
The most famed.
Ha ha! And then he cartwheels into the swan boat.
I thought you were going to say he cartwheels into a wall.
Well, for what it's worth, he cartwheels into the swan boat, then the swan boat starts tipping, and he's like, oh, and like there's just no hint of like charm or composure. It's just like complete ugly horror. And then he steadies himself, and then he just slowly rises back up to his full height. He goes, ta-da!
I am getting extreme Jake Gyllenhaal in the Music is Everywhere guy song from John Mulaney and the Sack Lunch Bunch.
I haven't seen it, but yes, sure.
Yes.
Yeah,
I thought you were like tapping into that.
As the three of us will say, go watch that later, and you'll be like, oh yeah, that's the perfect reference.
And sorry, the other thing you said was Wonka something? I'm just going to write it down so I know what to look for later.
Yeah, that one too.
Yeah, Wonka. Great. Cool. Two things I haven't seen or referenced intentionally. Yeah, awesome. I'll check that out for sure. So yeah, he kind of impatiently gestures for you to get into the boat. Makka, you have tons of experience with boats, so this is quite easy for you.
Actually, I don't know if I have tons of experience with boats.
You've had experience with water.
I have experience with water. I stay in my swamp, and people come to me in boats.
I think I kind of mean if. Oh, maybe this is a good question then. Do you think you would venture out of your swamp to go in search of nearby? Because it's a massive cluster of islands, so there might be other islands nearby that have other fungi or spores of that sort of thing. Or you could just stay in your swamp.
I would walk to those islands if they're close enough, because turtle can hold their breath for an hour.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, no, you're not familiar with the swan boats or otherwise.
I just like the idea of like a 450-pound turtle being like, whoa, 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 as like it starts to like get into like a boat.
Yeah. Iggy's just like, wide stance. Take a wide stance. All right, now put your arms out like you're a bird, but like a balanced bird.
Yes, bird.
Yep. And then Gwendolyn.
I'm just thinking, like, a suit of armor weighs, what? Like a full suit, 120 pounds? 100 pounds? Or is it more than that? Yeah, so I could have just... Yeah, but there's nothing inside it, so...
I was going to say, you're also like the statue version, though, Tom. Was any of it, like, statued up in any way that would make her heavier?
The statued bits kind of broke and fell away when she started moving. So there were... The joints had been soldered with an additional material to stop it up and freeze. But yeah, when she first started wiggling her fingers, those little chunks kind of fell away because they are not part of the enchantment.
I've been picturing her as big. How big is this armor relative to us? Because like big and light is very possible. I'm just trying to figure out the scale.
If I'm like 7 feet tall, I might weigh a little bit more.
I imagined Amala being not tremendously tall. I was kind of thinking she was in like the 5'8" range.
Cool.
Because I like, as you know, as with most things about her, kind of like aggressively average. But also she worked in a mine, so if she was like 7 feet tall, she'd be in real trouble all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking more kind of like a like it's solid armor, but it's not like gargantuan solid armor. In the same way, honestly, that most medieval knights were short. Like we think of them as
probably
these, like, huge
with like
gallons.
at most 6 feet with the gaps.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so we're actually the same height then. The haunted armor and Duncan.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Makka's a foot shorter than you. He's 5 feet tall, because turtles, they go up, and then there's no real head to keep going. The head kind of goes out instead of up, so he's 5 feet tall.
It's a real Fong from Reboot.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so that's 2 Reboot references I've snuck in. All right, so yeah, Laura, you're able to get in without much difficulty, and I think everyone holds their breath. Like all the Impacrimpas hold their breath when you do, because they expect the boat to just sink to the bottom. But yeah, you're actually not. You're probably about as heavy as Iggy. And then Duncan, have you spent any time in boats? I don't really know that you would have.
Logically, no. I don't know how I would have, unless there's like literally the swan boat ride.
That's what I mean. Like I feel like
Orville,
there's a lake in Orville that's just for like swan boats and paddling around. But I don't think, even from a training perspective, I don't think you'd be like, oh man, in case the swans ever come, I should get in these boats.
Yeah, no, I can't imagine, unless he was like literally just working on his balance, where he'd like go out on like a board and try to run sword drills without knocking himself over. But like boats, hell no. And boats with other people in them, definitely not.
So you get in. It's awkward for all involved. I need the 3 of you to roll me dexterity saves, please.
I don't think I can swim.
6.
20!
Ooh.
Not 20. Say.
21.
Yeah.
So Duncan, you step in, and the boat kind of rocks back and forth. Gwendolyn, as you kind of relax inside the armor, you actually feel like it's sliding slightly out of joint, but in a way that kind of keeps your center of balance. But because you don't have there's no connective tissue. It's just like everything kind of rattles to the side and then rattles to the other side. And like your head doesn't even stay steady necessarily, but like those weird, those like little toy wooden figurines that you push the button and they collapse and they stand back up. It's like kind of that thing where it's a weird like ragdoll stick figure man thing.
Cool.
And Duncan, yeah, you spend enough time doing fancy footwork that you're pretty used to this. But But, dear sweet Makka, you've observed birds for some time, but it don't help you. So, you go over the side and plunge into the swirling waters. And immediately you just get a mouthful of stale wine. And you realize that this small lake is just whatever vintage didn't quite work out that year. So I need you to roll me a Constitution save, please, to see if you get real tanked in the wine lake.
15.
15? Okay, you've walked the ocean floor enough to know when to just fucking shut your mouth. So you get a big gulp of this gross wine, but admittedly, like, it is on its way to the cycle's end. And then you kind of float to the bottom. Looking around, you see just sort of it's difficult to see, obviously, because of the
stinging his eyes.
Yeah, and it's wine, so it's like it's thick and it's not clear. But looking around, you can see there seems to be something lining the bottom of this waterway. Can you roll me a perception check, please?
And Laura, if you just weigh as much as armor, you might weigh 40 pounds.
Really?
People have to move when they wear armor and fight all day in combat. So knight's armor never really went more than like 40 to 60 unless there's something Tom wants.
7 grams taught me that the soul has weight. So that weight is 65 pounds. No, I would say, 40 pounds probably sounds about right because, again, Amala's armor wasn't actually really properly built. It was mostly copper, which
really makes that slam attack kind of suspect.
It's full of your will.
Yeah.
It's a magical slam.
You're
cursed, remember?
I would not want to get hit by 40 pounds of anything.
That's true.
All right, Tyler, what'd you get?
15 perception.
15? You recognize bones. Lots and lots of bones.
I'll wander over there and get a closer look at these bones.
So you can see the entire bottom.
God damn it, it's all Impa Crimpus, isn't it? God damn it, I knew. I literally was going to make a joke 2 minutes ago and be like, you land at the bottom and it's all Impa Crimpa corpses.
Yeah, they're small, like, rib cages and arms and legs and skulls. And they just seem to be kind of lining the bottom of this waterway.
I'll grab a skull and a rib cage, one in each hand.
Okay. Do you perform Hamlet? What's the next step here?
I'm gonna bring
Alas,
him up to the
Impa. All right, so you swim back up to the top, and Iggy is just beside himself. He's like, oh dear, he fell into the wine lake. This isn't even our best vintage. Oh, please don't take this as our best. We can do ever so much better, Mr. Oh my God, what? And as you emerge with the skull, all the Impa Crimpas like scream.
When he gets back, we'll let him know that it was,
like,
oh my God,
hands
what?
on their heads.
That's what everyone else
last turn. That's where we stopped.
And Iggy's like, oh no.
So how you guys doing?
Oh no.
Doing good.
Yeah.
You
It'll
doing
be
okay?
really funny on this audience overlay.
Yeah.
Okay, Tom, you're back. We just got,
Hey,
oh my God,
Tommy!
what? And then it stopped.
Okay, great. He goes, oh my God, what? And then all the Impa Crimpas throw their hands to their heads and start screaming and fall to their knees in horror. And Iggy's like, oh, what? No. Oh, no. Oh, no. He puts his hands to his face. What do you do?
Are the Impa Crimpas looking in horror at Iggy, or is it like, can we sense if it's a horror at him or a horror that we've discovered what's happened?
They're just like wailing and screaming, like it's just general discontent. Yeah.
Okay, I think under his cape, instinctually, though no one can see it, Duncan just drew both daggers because he couldn't get a rapier out, obviously, but he's keeping them hidden. He's like, someone needs to explain what's going on right now.
I'll hold up these remains and say, there is bones, as far as I can see, along the bed of this river of wine.
All the Impa Crimpas start going crazy. They're like losing their minds and like rolling around, screaming and running in panic.
I hold up a skull I'm like,
And they're like, ah!
And I like look at the skull, look at an Impa screaming. I open the jaw on the skull to like, match what they're doing. Like, is it similar enough that Makka's like, this is an Impa skull.
100%. Like, it's got the big tooth. Like, these are definitely 100% Impa skulls.
Lord Wimblethorpe, what the fuck is going on with the Impa lining the wine lake?
Okay, look, this is gonna sound like some crazy talk, but I guarantee you it's not. The Impa passionately believe in the work that they do. They made a union, they have their own sports teams about it, they passionately care about our product, and as such, their preferred form of burial is to be put to rest in the very product they create. However, since we ship out the product they create, it would be most unkind for us to send a pickled Impa body up topside, and so I have laid them to rest here in our wine lake. And he just looks at you with like manic eyes and like a big grin, just being like, of course, right?
And so why has this upset them so, if they're aware of this?
Their holy burial ground has just been ransacked. They want to rest forever in the wine lake, and now one of them has been removed, which means his soul may no longer swim the wine lakes of the skies.
All right,
I see.
Impa, could you raise your hands if you speak Common, Dwarven, or Elvish? Any one of the three.
Like, they all raise their hands.
Fabulous. I've got follow-up questions for you, and I just choose 3 random Impa.
Okay. They all like step forward, like weeping, but still do their like clap jump.
Great. I appreciate the work you're putting in. You don't have to if you don't want to.
It matters to us.
All right, I want to take a knee close to the 3 of them and be like, now the story that I was just told by Lord Wimblethorpe sounds like bullshit and you're being trapped and enslaved. Is it bullshit? And if you say yes, this will end right now and you'll do way better.
One of the one who's the most composed just looks at you and he says, no, sir. It's not bullshit. And then he winks very obviously at you.
Thank you very much. What is your name, young Impa?
My name is Vimplesticks.
I have to write that down now.
Vimplesticks.
It's with a V.
Yeah.
Vimplesticks.
That is an excellent and brave answer, young Vimplesticks. Just know that the Dawnbreakers have heard your truth. And when I say that, I'm looking away from Lord Oldham, and I give him a wink right back.
Oh, good. And he winks back.
Perfect.
And like nods like frantically at you.
It's time for us to continue our little tour then, so that we can see exactly the full extent of what's going on here. I'm excited. And I'll turn back to go join the others, and I'll look to the princess, Gwendolyn, and say, there's nothing wrong here, Your Highness. There's nothing that we need to worry about. Don't worry at all. Lord Wimblethorpe is absolutely as trustworthy as your brother.
And he's like, oh, thank you. Good. Oh, it's trustworthy as a prince. Well, that's saying something.
Trustworthy as Nikos on the day of the turtle's arrival.
And he just like dusts his hands and looks very self-satisfied.
Makka is going to kind of look around, look at his hands, and be like,
I will put these back. Yes.
and just like submerged, like a Navy SEAL, just slowly down
just
below
Apocalypse
the surface.
Now, your way out of it.
Yeah.
Great.
And I'll put those back exactly where I found them, the ribs and the skull.
As you look up, you can see several Impa just like poking over the edge, looking down. And as soon as you do, all of them stuff a thumbs up into the water and then pull them back up. And you can't really see their faces, but you can definitely see the thumbs ups. And when you re-emerge, I assume in the same fashion of
Just a Navy SEAL.
Yeah, he rises all the way to the water and steps into the boat.
Yeah,
I just love the idea that the shell comes up first, though, before your head.
It's like parallel with the head. Like
yeah, that's great.
So the Impercrimpas have now like chilled out quite considerably. It seems that they weren't like so concerned. Like they actually thought you were gonna like steal the bones or do something. Like they misinterpreted your intent quite some. So now that they realize that it was just a misunderstanding, they're pretty chill about it. But like they keep like, you know, one by the four who are watching you walk up to you and like shake your turtle hand and then say thank you and then wink and then walk away.
I will shake each of their hands in turn and say,
My apologies. I was not aware I was desecrating a burial ground, and as a gravekeeper myself, that was unwise and rash of me. And I apologize.
and I wink to them as well.
Yeah. And they're like, and they clearly seem still like shaken, but you know, chilling out a bit. And they're like, oh, thank you. I suppose it's our fault for not having better signage. And then they wink and go back about their business.
Yes, it was.
And I wink again. Also, Makka does not understand the significance of winking. So he's just going to be winking at people.
Cool. So Iggy is like patting down his forehead with a handkerchief. And he's like, oh, that was quite a bit of excitement. I'm ever so sorry. And I'm also ever so sorry that you tasted our worst wine. Corpse wine really is not meant for the palate.
Oh, Lord Wimblethorpe, we appreciate your patience as we learn the customs of your lordship.
Huzzah! Well, let us carry on to the tunnel of fermentation, where we can see some truly fun fermentation. I don't know how to rhyme everything, just most things. And then he grabs a gondolier stick and he starts kind of rowing you around the little island, and you can see that like there are a number of like weird dioramas set up of the different drinks they make, and each of them has been meticulously branded. They really put a lot of time into making each of these things unique, and you realize kind of how the horrible existential horror of how much time and thought has gone into this that was completely discarded by the people of Orville. And then he reaches a sort of like a junction, and he reaches out with his stick, and he just like hits a switch, and the boat path diverts towards a sort of a large dark tunnel with kind of big double doors. And,
oh, come on, not the tunnel.
Yes, it's the tunnel of fermentation. Trust me, nothing can go wrong in the tunnel of fermentation. And then he winks at you and pushes the button. And the doors kind of swing open, and you're just hit by this vinegary smell. It just washes over you, and it is truly rank. It's like breathing a towel. Like it's just the air is so thick. But Makka, man, this room smells good. There's bioluminescence kind of lining the walls, and you can see some Impercrimpas walking around with headlamps, inspecting big vats in sort of lining the sides of this. But then you notice that Iggy is just like slowly pushing the swan boat into the tunnel, and the doors are starting to close behind you, dropping you into almost perfect darkness.
This is a good place. Yes.
Isn't it though?
Taking place.
I will light my hooded lantern in the back, because I imagine it's like guy, like
yes,
Makka,
100%.
Princess me.
Yep.
So I want to light my hooded lantern. I don't need to open it yet. As long as I can see, I won't reveal that I've got it on. But if we go pitch black, I'm like cranking it open.
Yeah, and I definitely reach into my pack and place one of the candles in my little candle space on my helm, just ready to go.
Sure. So Iggy explains that a couple of their sort of darker beverages, they use this fermentation process to help give them a unique and earthy and rich flavor. They're thought of as tremendous delicacies in Orville, and he thinks that truly they've earned the title because they take so much time and care And the Impacrimpas here work in almost total darkness to ensure the purity of the product.
Well, could we allow Makka to get off the boat and maybe go around to confirm that the fungus is growing as effectively as one would hope?
Well, let me talk to my foreman. I wouldn't want to interrupt the Impacrimpas at work. Hey, Bloobleblat.
These are my favorite Tom Riff names we've had in a while.
Yeah, one of them's going to be a McGillicuddy, just you wait. So Blimbleblat kind of like looks up and she comes kind of like trotting over and she's like, what's the good word, boss? And he's like, this fine tortoise would like to take a look at our fermentation process and possibly help us with the flavoring. And Blobbleblat's like, okie dokie, just don't step on any of the mushrooms. They don't grow back real fast. And she starts guiding you sort of through the mushroom patches.
Okay.
And Iggy's like, oh, no, we so rarely get visitors. This is going to truly make her day. They really, the Impacrimpas have so little. It's always nice when they get something, you know?
I have a question for you, Lord Wimblethorpe. I've never had the opportunity, but I speak Elvish relatively well. Have you learned the other language of your people?
No. Unfortunately, my mother only romanced an elfman. She didn't learn much from him. It turns out the language of love is pretty universal, at least when there's cheap wine and spirit involved.
Agreed. Do you speak Elvish or Dwarven,
No.
Princess?
I do.
Interesting. Both or just one?
Just Elvish.
Great. And I would like to speak in Elvish to the princess and just say, the Impacrimpas have told me basically that they're being enslaved and worked to death by this man. The Dawnbreakers only have one real law themselves, which is the wage of the slaver is death. So we can look for more information on exactly how the crime works. I just wanted to be clear on where this story's going to end. I hope that's all right.
He's like humming a jaunty tune that sounds very much like A World of Pure Imagination, but for legal reasons is distinct.
Nice. It's a realm of pure fantasy.
Of some imagination. Not all.
A land of pure fermentation. Come on, guys.
Thank you, Tyler.
And I respond quickly, just because, okay, now I'm very suspicious of Wimblethorpe, so I'm just gonna say,
Are you talking to me or to Wimblethorpe? I just want to be clear.
No, I'm just talking to you.
Great.
Actually, I'll say out loud in Elvish, like, well, Wimblethorpe better run fast before we kill him, and just see if there's a reaction.
He's like,
Okay, he really doesn't speak Elvish. Just want to make sure.
Candy
all right.
plantation? Is that the next line? Trying to rhyme fermentation.
So, continuing in Elvish, well, obviously this can't stand. I mean, even growing up with, different levels of class, we didn't exactly have slavery in Orville. At least I don't think so. Tom?
I mean, not that you were aware of, but the
Not
byproduct is kind of a turning you
Realistically,
around on that.
But
I don't think
like,
we're
it wouldn't
paying
have been
any of these
something-
people.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have grown up being like, everyone needs slaves. Slaves like what they do.
no.
They chose this. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. It's also like historically based on the foundation of Orville and kind of Amala's tenets. She was herself a slave when she rose up, so it's a real no-no
Yeah.
in human society, as you understand it.
Well, this lord must be deposed. The Impacrimp is set free. I don't think there's any other way about this.
All
Agreed?
right. Oh, 110% agreed. So here's what I'm thinking. There may come a point where he's going to turn on us and I'll just try to kill him. Otherwise, if we find something particularly egregious, it could happen. Or the third scenario, which is if you can manage to work the word birthday into a totally innocuous sentence, I will stab him when you say the word birthday.
Right. Don't say birthday until I really mean it.
So, Makka, you are being shown these mushrooms, and Blummelblatt is, she's like talking you through the process, and this is pretty far up your alley. Like, as normally you'd prefer the cycle to just happen uninhibited by anything, but like if someone's gonna run it, the Impacrumpers are doing a damn good job of it. And you note that she punctuates every so she's like, so we make sure there isn't too much exterior light because we don't want the the fungi to retract, which of course will stunt their growth and make them less able to process the things. So we take the utmost care to keep the place as dark as possible. And then she winks at you.
Makka will wink back and kind of just in taking the tour. He's very interested in the whole process because for him, this kind of process comes sort of magically and manifests out of himself. And to see people that do not possess any magical ability kind of putting science towards this process is very interesting to him. And so he is kind of paying close attention to the process as she describes it, and if there's ever a pause, he just has like a question or two. He'll ask,
Yes, very, very interesting. Small Blummelblatt.
She does bring up she says that some of their process came from the research put forth by the Apex Institute, which is a group you've heard of in passing. They're essentially alchemists and scientists who have kind of bandied together in the name of rationality to solve the mysteries of the world using scientific methods. You don't put too much truck in them. You haven't had any encounters with them, but just that very idea seems a little off. But then again, looking at the way this process is working, it seems they might be onto something.
Yes. And tell me, Blummelblatt, in this section of the facility, where do you keep your dead?
Well, we can't toss them in the wine lake because it's cut off from everywhere else. So, and we don't want them infecting any of the brews. So we actually have our own little tank at the back here, where we grow special mushrooms that are just there for that purpose. And she takes you to the back, and there's like a small circle that has been surrounded by the little headlamps they're wearing. So there seem to be just a few of those kind of lining around the circle. She's like, well, whenever any one of us passes on, this is where they end up. And then she winks at you.
I'll wink back. Every time the wink is just returned.
Yep.
Just assuming it's like a polite thing to do. And Makka will say,
Yes, very good. May I have a look?
I mean, by all means. And then she winks.
And I'll wink back, and I want to have a closer look at this mass grave.
Sure. It seems like basically I think a well that has been filled to the top.
Okay.
So there's fermentation liquid in there. There are, looking in, you can see a bunch of mushrooms growing kind of at the bottom. You can see just faintly, if you really squint, the glimmer of bone.
And I would like to close my eyes and kind of fall into the consciousness of the cluster and try and revisit that sense of excitement and anticipation and get a context for it.
Sure thing. It's this room specifically.
This room, okay.
Yeah, and it's you get the sense that it's in a lot of ways similar to kind of how you attend the swamp, but almost chemically accelerated because they're specifically making the conditions perfect. It's just for the cluster, all the processes happening in this room are kind of a space of joy because they're really being encouraged in their excitement and in their pursuit of the cycle. So that was the vibe you were getting. The spores and the fungus here are an active, cultivated, curated, and protected part of the cycle, and are kind of in overdrive in a lot of ways.
Okay. And what becomes of the byproduct of this?
We make it into 2 particularly boozy beverages that are quite popular with our customers.
Mm-hmm. May I see it?
Yes, absolutely. We don't have any in here. You'll have to see it back out on the showroom floor. But look for McGillicuddy's Madcap. That's the name we give it.
I will. Thank you, Blimbo Blatt.
You're welcome, friend Tortle. And then she kind of looks back at Iggy and she says, "Look, see, I did everything you asked." And then she winks at him and goes back to work. And he just kind of nods.
Did I see her wink at him?
Roll a perception check. At disadvantage, because it's hella dark.
It's a nat 1.
Nope. You heard a slightly trembling voice say, "I did all the things you asked." And then he just looked back imperiously.
Perfect.
Have I rejoined the group then? If she came and brought me back out? Okay.
Yep. So you're all back on the swan boat. He's like, "Well, shall we carry on with the tour? We could go to the tasting room next."
That's what we're here to do.
Excellent.
Yes, let's continue.
So he takes the stick and he starts rowing you back out. You enter back out into the main space, and you can see all the Impacrimpas are staring at the door. And then as soon as it opens, they all go back to work and doing the things they were previously doing. But it was almost like watching a bunch of meerkats just like stare at something. So he pushes you down along the stream. You come back to the same place you were. It's really only a few meters from where you've been. He goes, "Oh, what a tour, right? Anyway, follow me to the tasting room and we'll have some tasty delights." And he steps very delicately out of the boat and then cartwheels.
Great, I'll follow.
As will I.
Makka falls out of the boat, and then he kind of climbs up over the ledge.
All the Impacrimpas like look at your hands, and when they see you're not carrying any corpse parts, they all kind of like nod at you, like nod at each other, and then get back to work. So you enter into a small room with kind of a long wooden table, and there are a number of glasses lined up. And he goes up and blows dust out of one of them, and he's like, "I'll have to get some fresh glass work. We weren't expecting guests today." So he quickly like grabs all of those, and then you see him go over to a cabinet and spend a few moments kind of meticulously picking out glasses with his back to you.
Is there an Impacrimpa in the room, or any?
There are no Impacrimpas in the room as of yet.
Okay.
I will lean over to Makka and whisper, "I was talking with an Impacrimpa to confirm whether or not they were slaves being worked to death in here, and it told me that no, the story was real, and then it winked at me."
Yes, they wink at me too. What does it mean?
Wait, they winked at you? Well, what did you ask him about? Did you ask him about something menacing, or you're like, "Are they making you all be worked to death?"
No.
Are they making drinks out of your corpses? And then they'd say like, "No," and then give you a wink.
I did not ask, but they did tell me that is 2 of the beverages they sell here come from Impacrimpa fermentation. The byproduct of the body breaking down. It is
So you're saying they winked a lot, though?
And Makka winks at you.
Great. And I'm going to turn to the princess and speak in Elvish again and be like, "Okay, so it turns out Impacrimpas might just wink a lot. I have no idea what's going on now."
Oh. Well, perhaps I could just hang back a bit and try to talk to one without Wimblethorpe looking over it.
That would require you to leave the room. Here's my big concern, and I say this in Elvish, but I'm going to have to drink something this man gives me, and, like, soon. And I don't even know if he's turning us into things, if he's eating Impacrimpas. I don't know. Maybe you could interrogate him and get information on like how he met the Impacrimpas. How does that story work?
Have you not seen a tasting before? You just spit it out.
Have you heard of a contact poison? There's this thing that's available that assassins use, which is if you touch it, you die.
All right.
Remember how you had Elvish, a taste you're saying that? You're just saying all that in Elvish, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
My ears are tingling with the sounds of Elvish speaking. It is most rude to speak in a language not everyone understands. Friend Makka, do you speak Elvish?
I do not know the tongue of elves. No.
Nor I, which truly means that two of us are being excluded by our rude friends. And then he brings over, like, a tray of drinks and he puts them down.
And I just say, oh, my apologies, friend. So, I've been wondering, the Impacrimpas seem loyal, but it seems like there's also a lot of death around this place with just a lake full of skeletons. So, is it factory accidents? Are they short-lived? What's an Impacrimpa's life like?
Oh, there are accidents, of course, as there are in any large facility, and unfortunately, the health regulations are somewhat lax here, I will admit. And as a result, sometimes accidents, tragedies happen, and we lose one to a few Impacrimpas.
Regulations? You mean laws?
Yes, similar to laws. Very lax, much more lax than I would want, but that's business for you.
You're the lord of the factory, though. Doesn't that mean you make the laws?
Oh, I don't make any laws. I merely run the place. Anyway, here are your beverages. Yes, the Impacrimpas are not naturally short-lived, but unfortunately we do lose some a year.
Who makes the laws?
Oh, well, the Impacrimpa Union, of course. They govern themselves.
Is there a union leader we could speak to?
You already did. His name is Vimplesticks.
Oh.
I'd love to talk to Vimplesticks a little more. Maybe we could have Her Highness review the branding here, and I could go experiment more about the unions.
Truly, you would have to put in a union request. They're quite touchy about such things. In the interim, I would really, truly like it if you would try my beverages.
And Makka will grab a drink and knock it back.
Great. He, because of your interest in the fermentation room, he gave you some of the madcap, and it hits your tongue, and it's like you can almost feel the entire process across your taste buds. It is just incredibly soothing and almost euphoric for you.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, Makka's eyes roll back into his head, and he just enjoys every last drop of that.
Yes,
drink.
Please do, he says, and then winks at you.
Makka winks back.
No, why are you winking? Everyone's doing a lot of winking, and I don't know what it means culturally in this context, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've picked that habit up from the Impacrimpas. You see, they wink to punctuate sentences. It's their way of adding a period or an exclamation mark.
Interesting. That does explain some things I was thinking at the time. So, the Impacrimpa Union is the reason Impacrimpas die all the time?
As I said, they take great joy in their work. They love it. They're crazy about it. I tell them to work less hours. They won't listen. But I also believe in fair union rights to, set their own pace and their own laws. And while I'd like to advise them as best I can, truly it's not my place to say.
Are there any of those messenger birds in this room?
No, you did see pens outside with the messenger birds. Several were missing.
Excuse me.
And Makka will walk back out to that other room.
Okay, yeah, so you see just sort of close by, there's a few pens of the birds. What did you want to investigate?
I'd like to cast Speak with Animals.
Yay! Nice.
I have ritual casting, which doesn't cost a spell slot, but it takes 10 minutes, and I feel like time is of the essence, so I will burn a spell slot to cast this spell.
Okay.
To do it instantly. So I will greet the bird and say,
Hello, friend bird. My name is Makka Deathcap, gravekeeper of the turtle.
Hi there,
May I
I'm
speak with you?
Tweedums McWingson.
Tweedums. May I ask you some questions, fair Tweedums McWingsy?
Hey, I'm in this tiny cage. I'm not going anywhere. What do you need?
In your time here, have you witnessed the death of the Hippocrimpas?
Tons. Die all the time.
Under what circumstances do these Hippocrimpa die?
They fall off things. We got a lot of whimsical bullshit around here. Sometimes people fall from tall things. Sometimes they drown in the wine lake. It's hard walking around the mushroom room. Heard some of them die there. Occasionally they fight honor duels. They get real touchy after a game of basketball. Usually someone dies.
A life cut short. Flies in the face of the cycle. An untimely death. No. Tell me, do the Hippocrimpas wish for this death? Do they accept these deaths?
I mean, yeah, it really seems to bum out, the monster, but no matter how much it cries and yells and screams, they just keep doing it.
Tell me about the monster.
Oh, he's terrible. You seen him? Huge
Perhaps.
he is. He only gives us food twice a day. He teaches us to bow. We have to deliver tiny cards to people he wants to entertain in his whimsical house of hell. And the bird's like, and meanwhile, if you're outside, you see like,
yeah.
my people were once proud, chirping and bobbing, looking for worms. And now look at us.
A noble pursuit. Yes.
Deliverers of good tidings. Forced to live in cages. Fly up to the large up there and then return.
Good bird. I will free you and your brothers. Yes.
Do it. Do it for all of us, and we shall worship you as you were a god.
I will do it not for your worship. No. Not for the accolades, but because it is what is right.
The other birds start being like, the chosen one, the chosen one, the chosen one.
And Makka will raise his hands, be like,
Kind, gentle bird. No. I am not your savior. Just a citizen of the world. Trying to do right.
You see
and I, open a cage.
Sure, you see an old bird in the bottom with some gray streaks going through his blue feathers. He says, yes, as the prophecy said he would be. Humble. Fly. And then all the birds start flying in the cages.
I'm just opening cages everywhere.
And the Hippocrimpas are like, oh no! And then they run. They're trying to get nets. Iggy just bursts out of the tasting room and he's like, oh no! My winged tidings are loose! And he grabs the net and he's running around trying to chase them too. And he's like, do you have any idea how long it takes to train a bird how to bow?
Makka will just extend one finger at Iggy and say,
the monster, eh?
And I'll cast Entangle on Iggy.
Vines shoot up out of the sort of tangled grass and wrap his arms and legs. And he drops his net and he's like, oh my word! He's like, help me, Hippocrimpas! Help me! And one of the Hippocrimpas walks by and pulls out a pocket watch. He's like, nah, I'm on my 15, bud. And he just keeps walking. So Iggy is tied to the ground in vines and just panicked. And he's just saying, what do you want from me? Have you come to steal my winged good tidings? You are a false tour taker.
So Makka, have you discovered, did he enslave the Hippocrimpas?
There was slavery afoot. Yes, most sinister.
How dare you do that to... Wait, did you say the birds?
It was more serious than we thought. Yes, very grave indeed.
I thought he was
All of them were abandoned by their mothers. I raised them from their eggs.
You do not speak for the birds. And I'll like have a vine like come up over his mouth.
But wait, I want to be clear. The Impacrimpas just work here because they want to and they make their own rules. The problem is the birds.
Yes, it would seem that way. The Impacrimpas do seem to just die a lot.
You see 2 Impacrimpas have managed to catch the same bird with their net. And he's like, he's mine! He's mine! And then they look at each other and they're like, duel! And then they wink with each eye, drop into fighting stances, whip out knives, and just start like fucking like going at each other as everyone else like starts to circle around them and goes, Impa Crimpa, Impa Crimpa. And like they are fucking good knife fighters. I will give them that. Meanwhile, Iggy's like,
All right, here, Makka, I think we gotta settle in the middle here. Technically, bird ownership is not illegal in Orville. However, maybe it should be. So, I think we have to let him up, and then we can have a talk about bird ownership, and we can make some apologies for a series of assumptions we've all made here.
I will do this, yes. And the vines withdraw and wither as I would love to see them do. They wither and rot and flowers blossom.
he starts
where they
like
came up.
coughing out mulch. He's just like, oh, you people are monsters. And then you hear like a cry of like surprise and delight. And one of the Crimpas just rises, holding the other one's heart, and he just takes a bite out of it, and then there's cheers. And then the Impacrimpas pick up the body, take it to the edge, and just dump it in the wine lake. And then they just go back to their jobs.
Okay, monsters. Monsters is a relative term, and I'd like to offer Ignatius a hand and like lift up and be like, let's go talk back in the tasting room. We can smooth all this over.
He takes your hand, and he looks back over his shoulder, and he's like, "Oh, Jerrykins, you were too soft and Impacrimpa for this world." And then he just like seems to like close his eyes for a minute, nod at the wine lake, and then follow you in.
Thump thump.
Yep.
Peace sign out.
Yeah, he walks in, he goes over, and he takes like a fine decanter. He's like, "Sorry, this is my Impacrimpa morning wine." He pops the top, he takes a swig, and then he just pours a little bit out on the ground. He's like, "This is my 3rd bottle this month," and he puts it back on the shelf. He says, "Now, what can I clear up for you?"
All right, so full disclosure, I thought that
Ryan, you're
had
cutting it out for me.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
Sorry, can you start that again?
From the top.
Okay, full disclosure. I thought that you had enslaved the Impacrimpas and were working them to death because of how they used winking. So we were trying to prove that. Now it appears Makka went outside to talk to the birds, and they told him you were a monster who had enslaved them. So Makka was angry on behalf of the birds. I'm now aware the Impacrimpas are sort of doing their own thing.
Yes! I would never enslave the Impacrimpas. They're my dearest friends. And also very spooky.
Just birds then, eh? Birdmonger.
I raised those birds from hatchlings. The butcher's hunters shot the birds' mothers, and I didn't want to see the poor things starve. You know how useless those birds are outside of delivering messages? They're not very good at anything.
The complaint might have been more about you making them bow and deliver messages, as opposed to just raising them and letting them fly free.
Oh, yes, that was my original intention, but after I sent my first batch of winged good tidings up to Orville, I found them several days later in a nearby field with their heads twisted off, with notes saying, "No respect," so I had to teach them to bow so they would stop killing them.
You are describing problems, yes, but enslaving birds is not the answer. No.
Okay, fine. I just won't send any more birds. I'll figure out another system. I mean, the city's gone anyway. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do.
Yes,
The Impacrimpas will probably tear me apart by week's end.
Why is that?
They love to work, and if we can't export the goods, they'll just turn on me. I'm not the first liquid lord.
And I want to turn to Gwendolyn and say, Princess, we've just come from 2 towns where I've seen limited alcohol quality and populations that could use good cheer. Huh?
Oh, we could perhaps create a new market for said alcohol.
What? I could sell my boozleberry winehall somewhere other than Orville?
Indeed you could.
Well, jolly day. So the 2 of you sit down to kind of work out a deal for, not like you're not really making a deal with him, but more so helping him to understand where to send his goods. And he once he sort of figures it out, he pulls down like a weird like sousaphone thing and like yells into it, and he's like, Vimplesticks, summon the Union. We have a new plan. And then he goes, that's my shouting horn. I designed it myself. So yes, you managed to set up a trade route, and he's very grateful to you. And he says, well, thank you. And I'll let the whole trying to murder me thing go, I guess. It seems I owe you a great deal of gratitude. Is there anything I can do for you? Would you like some roadies? You can drink them in the way and just toss them in a ditch.
Your amulet piece would be of value to us. Yes.
Oh, this old thing? And he like opens the cabinet, like digs around and finds it. And he's like, "Oh, I know everyone else puts a huge amount of respect on these things, but honestly, you need all 4 pieces for it to be worth anything. But sure, if you want it, here you go." And he just tosses it to you.
And I'll in turn hand it to Gwendolyn.
This is wonderful. I think we've all learned a great lesson that different cultures have different customs, and we shouldn't make assumptions.
And
right?
I learned.
I kind of look to Makka, look to Duncan. Right. Learn that. Yeah.
Just to be clear, how long is your life expectancy as the Liquid Lord here? You said you weren't the first one, which makes me concerned for you.
Oh no, it's fine. I run a good operation. Also, I figure things out with the Impa Crimpas. The previous few Liquid Lords had slightly less success with the Impa Crimpas, but truly, you just need to understand that they are the true masters of the brewing arts and let them do their thing. That's why I had so much time to plan all these whimsical delights.
Excellent. It's good to hear that you'll be safe amongst this interesting tribe of creatures.
Oh, they're a delight once you get to know them. Just don't challenge them to a duel. Honestly, don't blink at them. That's real bad. Learn that the hard way. And he lifts up his shirt. He's got a knife wound that's been it's an old scar.
All right.
Well, thank you for the public service of all your acts of wonder, keeping people wide-eyed around the Impa Crimpas.
Well, what can I say? It's a whimsical job, but someone's got to do it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go reset several of the whimsical delights. Those pinwheels are on a limited timer. But do stop by again someday. And Princess, best of luck on your quest. May you find a kingdom that is worthy of you. And then he guides the 3 of you back out, and very, very, he's all smiles until he closes the gate, and then it's just full of apprehension and just multi-locks it.
Yeah.
And then just backs away, staring at the gate. And
Makka's last words before he
Yep.
takes us through the threshold of those gates is he'll say,
Sometime in the future I will return to this place, unannounced. And if I find that you have enslaved birds or any creature once again, I will kill you.
And then I wink.
He just he goes, ha 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 ha, and then just closes the gate, locks them, and you just hear him as he walks back be like, Fimblesticks, I think it's time I learned to knife fight. And he disappears back into his factory. So having obtained the Liquid Lord's part of the amulet, you now have only one piece remaining. The piece in the clutches of the Butcher, the Lord of Farmville. And so, having left a world of some imagination behind, you begin the long trek to the farm. So, having successfully negotiated with the Liquid Lord in his whimsical factory of beverages, you have obtained the second to last piece of the amulet that will let you pass the wall that separates Orville from the rest of Gren. Now you're on your way to the final piece, which is in the possession of someone known as the Butcher, the Lord of Farmville. As you make your way towards Farmville, you're going over.
It is embarrassing that it took me 3 sessions to get the joke about Farmville, but we're just going to keep going, and I'm going to admit that I'm not savvy enough.
Well, actually,
I've never played Farmville.
It's okay,
so.
Ryan. Like the downtime, like that little timer was going for you to get the joke because you didn't pay premium to get the joke immediately. You had to wait 3 days, and then you
I had to
playing.
interrupt you because I needed to make a comment publicly.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's all good.
And invite all of my friends.
Give me corn. So you're making your way towards Farmville. You can see it in the distance, and you can see silos, as well as kind of massive pens, or you can see kind of free-range animals moving around. You can also see fields sort of on either side of various crops growing. Whereas all these other spaces, with the exception of Garbage Town, have been somewhat contained, Farmville is sprawling. It goes on for ages and ages, but there does seem to be a big central kind of compound where there is a series of processing plants, you assume like meat lockers, that sort of thing, as well as granaries and all that. So you're still a bit of a ways away. You can already smell that kind of very distinctive hint of slaughterhouse on the air. Is there anything the three of you want to touch base on before you head in?
Is this all basically taking place on one day? All this traveling between these places and things like that? Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah. I think we can say that you guys rested up kind of before you started out on all of this.
Mm-hmm. I did clock that for spells and stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
I think... I guess it would make sense to me that you might need a break now. Like this, three of those in a day is a lot. So if you choose to, you can rest overnight, or you can press on. If you rest overnight, you'll get a long rest. However, we will be one day closer to the corpse spell.
Yes, that's also
off.
why I'm asking, yeah.
Or you can kind of show up at like 11 p.m. in Farmville.
I mean, I guess as I think the only magic user, I'll tell you I'm pretty tapped out of spells, spell slots, which need a long rest to recharge.
So in-game, it's like Makka's extra sleepy.
Yeah, well, yeah, Makka would be somewhat fatigued. Yeah, this does take a toll on him. But he's still good and hardy and ready to fight if needs be.
Duncan is thematically at 100%, but he basically would just follow the rest of the group. Like, he's a functional, essentially, bodyguard for what now might be the first ambassador, as important as Princess.
And Gwendolyn, I'm assuming your character sheet is pretty tip-top shape as well, right?
I mean, my willpower isn't at 100%. I would say it's at about 66%.
Oh, let's keep going then.
Are you sure? I don't mind being 100% for this. Princess, it appears that Makka is rather tired. I have had my ass kicked this day, but I could continue onward if required. Or shall we rest?
Well, I am of the opinion that diplomacy is best done in the light of day. So perhaps some rest is in order.
Cool.
I would not say no to a rest.
So on the way to Farmville, you set up a small camp. There's certainly enough open space for this. Unfortunately, there isn't really anywhere that's particularly well guarded or secure. Like, there's nowhere where you could be like, haha, here I feel invincible. But there's definitely enough space to kind of set up a camp by the roadside for the night. You get a small fire going. You dole out rations, and the three of you kind of have some downtime to reflect on kind of where you've been and what has happened so far. The world beyond the wall is an entire mystery to Gwendolyn and to Duncan, and actually Makka, to some extent you as well. You've seen more of it than they have, but admittedly not very much. And I think as you traveled to Orville, you weren't exactly like, oh, what's all this? It was, I think, study of, you kept to yourself and kind of tried to maintain your hermit ways.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty big thing ahead of you. Is there anything that you would want to do this evening?
I think Makka has a question. We're sitting around the fire or whatever, and Makka will will say,
Gwendolyn, Duncan, have you had any opportunity to reflect on the dark creatures that attacked us in Orville? They were unlike anything I have ever seen. Even the cluster did not have any insight to share with me about them. Very strange, very unusual.
The closest thing I've seen to them is you. Seemed to be some kind of symbiosis. The glowing, oil slick, metallic covering of their bodies came on and came off. There are limitations. When the one stabbed me through the shoulder, her body was exposed. She was human. I think, right, Tom? The one that stabbed me was human. I don't know if the rest were or if they weren't.
The one who appeared over Nikos' shoulder was also human.
So we know humans are involved, but there could be others. And I know
humans. Hey.
my weapons were not enough. I would not want to face them again with the arms I have now.
And what will we do about that then, when we inevitably do face them?
Well, I mean, we're gonna kill them, that's a given, but once we get out of here, having aligned ourselves with these lords, we need to find an expert. We need to find someone who can tell us about what is going on. We don't know what's happening in the outside world. I just heard the word covenant, I think, screamed, something like that. Was there something like that, Tom? I'm trying to remember.
Yep.
Covenant.
We need to know about the covenant. I don't know enough about the modern outside world. I've read third-hand accounts of legends that were read by someone else 400 years ago. I know the core story. I know the story of the Necrotis. I know the story of Amala's Rise. But this is something new.
New? I see.
To me, magic has always been a thing of the past and honestly not very exciting. So I have no basis for this.
It seemed like they'd been in touch with Nikos before he killed you.
Your brother?
I think that's safe to say. No signs of it beforehand.
Are you aware of any forms of communication that your father or your brother might have had access to?
There were large parts of the palace you never saw. I think, and that goes for you as well, Duncan, when you were there. So it's entirely possible Valdrin could easily have had other things that you weren't aware of. Nikos clearly did, but nothing that either of you are aware of. Admittedly, Gwendolyn likely wouldn't have gone searching for that, and Duncan, during your time in the palace, you likely wouldn't have either. Because I think your focus was solely on... You thought you had the answer, so there's no reason to go and search it. Like, you knew everything else was problematic, but...
Searching for secrets would be against duty anyways. That's not my job.
And I trusted my father.
Did any of them say any names? I only know of the Covenant. And nothing else. Did you hear anything? Gwendolyn, you heard the most, theoretically.
I think the one being just told Nikos he'd done a good job, something along those lines. So obviously this was planned with him.
Troubling.
Very much so. Do you think this betrayal is linked to the breaking of the cycle?
Darkness like that. Oh, yes.
Because the cycle broke, you came to the kingdom, and then it appears that these monsters were brought with you. Perhaps they snuck along, perhaps they'd made a promise you were unaware. Makka, how close are you with your ruling family? With the Presidentia and whoever that slick-shelled tough guy was?
I do not have strong bonds with either of those two. Presidentia Umos is a leader of sorts for the Mercantile Tortle Association. And the one wielding the sword, I had not seen him before joining the caravan to Orville. There were two more turtles, and one, something strange happened to him. He was holding a box. Princess, do you recall sending a guard upon him? The box fell, and from within, those dark, dark things spilled out.
Yes, I do remember. The turtle was moving, but his shadow was not. And I sent a guard on him.
Can I recall anything about that turtle's behavior or demeanor before those moments? Now that it seems like he may have been important.
Yeah, he kept mostly to himself on the trip. You assumed that was because he was in charge of the chest.
Yeah.
That was bringing kind of a tribute of some sort to just help kind of grease the gears if needed in Orville. You notice that he didn't really talk to anyone, but he was treated like a low-level clerk. Like, people acknowledged him, certainly, and, you shared meals and such on the boat on the way over. But really, truly a forgettable person. You also didn't sense anything magical about him, but you also, your version of magic probably doesn't apply here.
Yeah.
You have some loose familiarity with the Covenant of Crecate, which is the coven of witches and assassins that inhabits the Shadowlands to the east of the Consortium of Bleen. You don't know much. Their assassins have been known to use sort of potions and powders and things that have been derived from fungi and that sort of thing. So there's a loose awareness of them in that sense. Beyond that, you're really not sure. They have made raids into Bleen several times, being in close proximity. Even though there has been an armistice, kind of a worldwide recognized and respected armistice for some time, you're not entirely sure, but if you were to venture a guess, the bandits who knifed you in the swamp were likely Covenant assassins. Not sent to kill you, but just on their way to something, and
I was in the way.
Yeah, like they were likely trying to infiltrate Bleen through the swamp and weren't expecting to find a hermit.
I'll keep that piece to myself, but I will relay everything else I know about the Covenant of Cricket to my companions here. Just kind of putting things together and saying that perhaps
that is the covenant of which they spoke. Witches, assassins. Makes sense.
It would make sense for the forces of darkness to focus on those who have been ignored and shunned for so long. Nikos mistreated, the scribe ignored. Even leaving Orville, we can see how far the lands of the Byproduct have fallen. The small are here, and they are numerous. And just like Amala, they can rise up. And if they don't have an inspiration of hope, an inspiration of darkness can drive them into fear and superstition and hate.
We'd best leave early tomorrow. Resume our journey, yes.
This alliance may be the greatest hope we have to counter their dark influence.
And with that kind of sobering thought in the air, those of you who are kind of resting fall into an uneasy slumber, and whoever is taking guard duty, I assume we'll do the standard D&D someone's awake the whole night, we rotate through thing.
Correct.
I shove dirt and leaves into my eyes while I'm sleeping.
As you do. It's a quiet night. In the distance, you can hear the occasional moo from a cow, but it's almost unnaturally silent out here. You think you hear one of the birds that Makka freed fly by, but you can't be sure if it was that or a bat. The evening sky is alight with stars, and Gwendolyn, this is probably the first time you've actually been able to see the night sky because the light pollution in Orville is fairly significant. But also for Duncan, this might be a you thought, but you can't help but wonder how alien this sky must feel to people who live down here. To have Orville constantly floating above them. And Orville was not small. Like, it would cover a lot of this area. Even at distance, it would cast, like, a fairly significant shadow. Plus, there's the tether that would just literally be a giant chain that was always hanging in the sky. The fact that it's gone means this is, weirdly, even though this is a foreign land to you, it's also a foreign land to the people who live here to some extent. The three of you spend a night in kind of uneasy rest, but you wake up feeling not fully refreshed, but heartier. So feel free to refresh your HP, your expended spell slots, count that as a long rest, and you're feeling a little more hearty and hale. Not well rested, but rested enough to carry on.
Not rested, but ready.
Yes. You awake to the sounds of multiple roosters crowing, and you realize how aggravating that must be for the people of Farmville. And you begin to make your way towards the big farming facility.
And before we hit the road, just as Makka started walking, I rest a hand on the princess's shoulder and I say to her in Elvish, "You realize if he talks to another animal, we're going to have a real problem in Farmville, right? Like, he's going to need the whole kingdom to be vegan immediately if he finds out that we slaughtered a single animal to eat it."
You think he doesn't know?
Remember the birds? He said he'd murder a man for keeping pet birds who were going to starve to death if he didn't do it. If he talks to a cow, we're fucked.
And how do you propose we prevent this?
Very rarely do I get to say this, but that really sounds like a princess problem. Consider it a lesson in your education. And then I'm going to walk off ahead.
And I just kind of think to myself, maybe we should all be vegan.
And you head out on the road. So as you approach Farmville, you get more of a sense of Garbage Town than of the other places you've been, in terms of this is a place that works. It's a functional, very, very precise machine that is in full operation. As you approach, you see various, again, pens where animals are grazing and going about their business. There are, I think, kind of as you're approaching, you see there's a sort of large pen sort of slightly up a hill with sheep grazing in it. And you can see a shepherd wearing kind of a big, massive cloak with a crook who's facing away from you. But there's something odd about the sort of silhouette the shepherd shows. But it's not anything alarming. It's just there's something, you just kind of catch it out of the corner of your eye. It feels a little odd.
Is it moving?
Yeah. Like you can see the shepherd like moving the crook and like moving the sheep to greener pastures uphill. And then you kind of pass like there's pig pens. You can see The cattle run is empty right now, but you can see where that would be. And then the farms are like outside of all of this, and you can see kind of like massive stalks of wheat, corn. You can see people moving between them with scythes, just like threshing away. You kind of come into a large dirt compound. A military compound kind of like set up in the field is probably the best way to think about this in terms of just how much stuff is there. I'm literally thinking about like Hitman missions I've played or Ground Zeroes in the Metal Gear franchise, just big sprawling space with a lot of small buildings that seem to serve very specific purposes. You're surprised as you walk up, you see people kind of coming and going. But again, there's something odd about the faces you can see at this distance. And as you get in closer, you realize it's because they're all wearing masks.
What kind of masks?
The masks resemble the animals that they are tending to, and you realize that they've actually treated what would have at some point been a head. They've basically taxidermied masks for themselves. So you realize that the thing that had caught you off guard with the shepherd earlier was the sheep's head mask he was wearing. You see some of the cattle folk kind of talking to each other, wearing cow masks, and obviously they've been slightly stylized and they've been built to last. But they're all. Everyone seems to have the head of the animal that they associate with.
Is it strictly animals, or the ones that are, threshing down corn or tending to pumpkin patches?
Cut a head of a corn.
I don't know.
A jack-o'-lantern mask.
The farmers aren't wearing anything.
Okay. Just
as you walk, you can see like.
Good question. Funny visual.
It is. Yeah, you can see the guy tending to the pigs is kind of like getting down to their level a little bit and trying to like move them around, and you get the sense that perhaps these masks serve an odd practical function in addition to an aesthetic one.
Princess, do you think it's worth masking ourselves in the style of these people?
Well,
if they are shepherds of sheep and they wear a mask looking like a sheep, would it be worth you, as the first ambassador of the Alliance of Equality, to wear a mask that looks like a person for your intended to lead people?
You mean like take a person's face and put it on my helm?
The level of naivete here would be terrifying. No, what I mean is maybe we could carve one out of wood or do like a knockoff. I'm not saying let's carve off a stranger's face and put it on your helmet.
Waterfall.
That would jump you straight to, I think, supervillain territory. That's
why I was so shocked.
Yes, no, I'm saying like we could carve one out of wood or something if you wanted to try to make a symbolic gesture.
I suppose. Would that not be insulting?
We have exactly the same amount of information. We walked into town and we saw this.
I'm just thinking if we go in being like, you people are to us as like farm animals are to you, and they kill farm animals, it might not be the best way to make an introduction.
All right. I'm not. You seem very defensive right now, Your Highness. You don't need to be. This is all theory.
I just didn't want to offend. Just sharing my thoughts.
As you begin to get closer to the empty cow paddock, you can see, you can hear some commotion, and you see a few of the cow farmers, like the cattle farmers, kind of rushing towards a door, and they seem to have sort of long prods out, and you hear, and it's all through. They all sound a little bit like stormtroopers because they're yelling through these masks, but like check the angles, make sure he can't. And then you hear, and suddenly one of them goes, ah! And he gets pulled by his feet and like pulled into the door, and he's grabbing onto the edge, and they all start stabbing in, and you just keep hearing mooing, and he's screaming. And then one guy runs over and like power slides over to him. He's wearing like a cool hat. He grabs him by the arm, and his arm just gets pulled through, and then the door slams. And the cattle farmer with the hat steps up, and he just takes his hat off and throws it in the mud. And he's like, I told you to shoot him. You didn't listen. Now he's dead. He picks up his hat and he's like, you're all disgraces. And puts his hat on and walks away. People are kind of taking notice of you, but aren't, everyone's busy. So it's a lot of kind of like, who? But also you can tell that Farmville isn't protected the same way the other places are, largely because it's much harder to like steal things here. You make your way up to sort of the central area. You walk in and you realize it's a massive meat processing facility. So you walk in and there's like a very clean hallway leading to those big like weird plastic like double doors with like the hanging plastic. It almost looks like what you get when you go through a car wash that kind of keeps the cold in. As you enter, the doors swing open and there's a guy who walks out and just takes his cow helm off and throws up into a garbage can. And then he looks up kind of in horror and he goes, oh, and he like thumps it back down. He's like, I'm terribly sorry. Welcome to Farmville. Everything's fine. How are you?
Doing just fine. Did that old chap die over there?
Oh, cow patties. You saw that?
I mean, I didn't see all of it. Seems a likely conclusion from what we did see.
Yeah, we've been having some troubles with the new herd, but it's okay. Everything is fine here in Farmville. We've got it under. Everything is always under control.
Well, you know what? I'm making my way, doing the rounds, talking to people around, see if I can help solve some problems.
Wait, are you a health inspector? And you see him like raise a hand to like a break-in case of health inspector glass that's beside him.
I hands and be like, no, nothing like that.
It's like, oh, good. We'd be right up the cow field without a paddle, if you know what I mean.
Highness, you might want to let him know who you are and who you're here to see.
All right. I'm Princess Gwendolyn, Princess of Orville. The thing that used to be in the sky just a couple of days ago, and looking for the Lord of Farmville, the butcher.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Goff, the butcher. I can show you to him, but look, I'll tell you what I told the previous representative. I know our supply chain hasn't been working the way it normally does, but we're pretty sure this new herd is going to solve all of that for you, as we said. And honestly, it's only been a week, so I don't know what result you're expecting here just yet. We told you they'll be ready soon. We've just encountered some technical difficulties.
Right. And what's different about this new herd here?
The details have already been arranged. I can't say any more than that. If you don't know, then you're clearly... It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. Cows are a very serious business.
All right, well, if you could show us to Mr. Goff, we have matters to discuss with him.
Sure thing. He's like, hey, Jack, there's some people to talk to you. And he leads you kind of in through the sort of like metal swinging doors with little portholes, through the floppy sort of plasticized things, and you enter into sort of a massive meat locker space, and you can see kind of doors that lead further into the facility on either end, but this is a big kind of central chamber. You can see a big chair behind a big heavy metal desk that has a lot of notebooks and papers, all of which are plastic wrapped. And to the left of you as you come in, there's a massive butcher's table. And you walk in just to see a 7-foot tall man slam a giant fucking cleaver down with a meaty thwack into a carcass. And he turns around and you can see that he's wearing the head of a pig, but it's also kind of got like a patch from a cow, and you can see kind of like sheep's horns, like a ram's horns have been affixed to it. And there is a sort of like a small, like a tiny King K. Rool sized crown just at the top. And he turns around, he's wearing like a giant bloody meat apron with like a very impeccably done bow tie. And he turns around and he's like, hey, You came in search of the butcher, huh? Well, here I am. I'd shake your hand, but, you know, meat hands. And he slams the cleaver down and turns around and just, like, flicks blood off his hands and says, so what can I do you for? Here, come sit at my desk here. And he gestures to the guy to bring a couple chairs. He's like, Jack Goff is the name, Butcher Lord of Farmville. Welcome.
Please.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Jack Goff, Butcher of Farmville. My name is Duncan Danno of the Dawnbreakers. I'm here with Makka Deathcap of the Turtles of Bleen, Master Gravekeeper, and Princess Gwendolyn Solaris of Orville, the first ambassador of the Alliance of Equality.
Well,
the ambassador would like to speak with you.
Pardon my ignorance on a thing or two here, but as I understand it, one only gets the title Solaris when they ascend the throne. So let me ask you there, Gwen. Is your dad dead, or are you staging a coup?
Well, we're pretty sure he's dead.
Pretty sure?
Right, we can't confirm it now, but we haven't seen him in a bit. And, just want to make sure that things still going fine down here.
I was going to say, Duncan will just take a step forward and say, allow me to just clarify the point here. Orville has been invaded. As you've noticed, it's left the sky, which means the king is at least compromised and at worst dead. So the active head of state for Orville right now is the princess. And I just circle back around and rest a hand on her shoulder and tilt my hat, and I'm like, certainty really helps people trust you. And then just circle around and take position behind her again.
So to your surprise, he kind of like pushes back against his desk. And like this guy, think, if you know wrestling, like he looks like the Big Show. Like he is just a big dude. Like very, very tall, barrel chested, like arms the size of Cinder, who you met before. Just a massive like meat hunk of a man. He pushes back off his table. He stands to his full height, and then with a grace you wouldn't expect, he bows in the courtly tradition of Orville, and he says, "Well, that being the case, my cleaver is at your disposal, ma'am." And then he actually like takes off the helm and kind of like doffs it to you. He somehow manages to keep his face obscured the entire time, but then he brings it back in and settles back into his chair.
A pleasure indeed. Clearly you're a busy man running a large operation, so I'll be quick and to the point. We are looking for a shard of an amulet.
Yep. Got that right here. And he taps the ear of his mask, and you can actually see what you thought was just an ornate earring is in fact the amulet piece. He's just large enough that what would be a cool amulet on some is better suited as an earring on him.
Right. We would love to borrow that amulet for a time. We are on a quest to basically fight the powers that caused Orville to fly away. And as soon as we get that back, sooner we can continue with supply chain and the shipments and your payment, I assume.
Well, as the best and only customer of Farmville, yeah, that sounds about right to me. I am a little bit concerned about that, though admittedly we do have we could use a little bit more time to sort out our herd issue. Yeah, I'm happy to give you the amulet, but you know, I'm a man of business, so what say we strike a deal?
Your term, sir.
Excellent. And he yells like, "Hey, send Muldoon in, would you?" And a few minutes later, the man wearing the bull's head, like a black bull, with horns poking up through his hat, comes back in, and he's wearing like tiny khaki shorts, and he sort of stands like nearby, and the butcher's like, Princess, you'll forgive me if I'm repeating information you already know, but as I understand it, this was a deal between me, your old man, and his head of food supply, Lord Din. essentially, the demand for meat in Orville has wildly outstripped our resources here, and try as we might, we're having a hell of a time keeping up. Lord Din was quite insistent that we try something new, and as a result, well, he brought us a design I was none too thrilled about. Doesn't really track with my understanding of farming practice, but who am I to argue with an Orvellian, right? So he spins around one of the books that you can tell that he basically ziplocks everything because otherwise it would just get like covered in blood.
Yeah.
Slides it across the table, and you recognize the precise script and style of writing of the court of Orville. You remember Lord Din as a very quick-tempered, kind of John Malkovich-looking motherfucker who was responsible for what you were pretty sure was just food procurement for the castle, but you're now realizing was actually basically heading up agriculture and livestock for the entirety of Orville. You always got a real bad vibe from him. He, even as a kid, he always kind of treated you as a passing thought. Duncan, you remember him as well, and he was... You could never prove it, but you always felt like he was meddling with things he shouldn't be. Just one of those guys who's like always like locking a door he shouldn't be coming out of when you pass him in the hall, who's always quickly stuffing papers away when prying eyes are nearby. You couldn't prove anything. He just seemed like a shady character. And honestly, you haven't thought about him in some time, because he seemed shady, but he was kind of the least of your concerns then. What you see written in the notebook is alarming. It actually suggests using transmutation magic to affect the livestock. And the butcher explains that Din requested a new breed of cattle that could produce more meat faster. And as a result, he said he had a fancy name for it in an ancient tongue that none of us spoke. So we just started calling them the Mutants, because they're mutant cows. So we made a portmanteau. Problem with the Mutants is they're, as you can see, two-headed cows. They produce more meat. Their bodies are larger. They have twice as many organs. What we didn't count on is they also got twice as smart. It seems that the two heads are linked and basically have doubled their intelligence, and as a result, they have been, well, for lack of a better term, and then Muldoon cuts in, he's like, picking us off, one by one. I warned them. Cows are very smart. They'll know what you're up to. They know what you're about. They wouldn't listen. Kept thinking about what they could do, not whether they should. Now we got a problem. They're running around the factory floor killing our men. I keep telling them to shoot. No one shoots fast enough. Clever cows.
Oh, boy.
And Jack kind of gestures and he's like, yeah, that's the long and short of it. We had the situation somewhat under control until the Alpha emerged. The minotaur. He's managed to walk on both legs. And I regret to say, he kind of like gestures to his rack of like oversized butcher implements, and there's clearly like a chalk outline of a blade that's missing, and he's like, got his hands on one of my sweet boys, one of my sweet knifey boys. He slams the cleaver back into his desk, and you can see there's like pock marks in the desk. He's like, I've had Muldoon here trying to raise security so we can actually keep the things under control, but we've had to basically shut down production and abandon the factory floor altogether. Making do with what we've got frozen, in gestures to what he was working on. But honestly, with Orville being gone, I wasn't too concerned about it. That said, you look hearty and hale. Princess, you appear to be some kind of enchanted armor. Am I reading that situation correctly?
You are.
Just like in the ramblings of Ravan. What a fucking interesting time to be alive.
Oh, you know of the ramblings?
Yep. My grandma used to ramble them at me when I was falling asleep. As a wee baron. That's what we called kids. Anyway, you brought a turtle man here. You seem to be falling out of prophecy, and you got yourself a proper-looking Dawnbreaker. I don't see any gold on your arms. You know the guys who came down with Din, they kept flashing those things. They were bejeweled. They were bedazzled. It's not what a proper Dawnbreaker wears. At least.
You're correct, sir.
Oh,
They
good.
were not proper Dawnbreakers. As far as I can tell, there's just one of us. And like 20%. I had a guy sort of join.
There, yeah, that'll happen. And Mr. Tortle, Mr. Deathcap, I want to assure you that even though some people in my profession have written at length about the culinary opportunities possible with a fresh turtle, I've never engaged in those practices myself. I don't believe in it. So, trust that you are safe here. And he gestures again by slamming his... It's like, I'm sorry, that looks like an aggressive gesture. It's just what I do all day, and if I stop, my arm starts seizing up. So, just know you're safe here. There will be no turtle soup on my watch.
Well, the concept of killing me for sustenance is not as unpleasant as you might think I think it is. In fact, it is ultimately my fate, everyone's fate. But I appreciate and thank you for your assurances. Yes.
You're welcome.
Help you.
So, how many of these mutants are there outside of the minotaur?
A lot. There's a herd. They're on the loose. There are too many to control, truly. But that's the thing. The minotaur is their alpha. And I suspect that if the minotaur were to fall, the rest would fall in line. It's less a matter of taking out all the mutants and more so surviving them till you can find the minotaur. It's turned our factory into some kind of labyrinth. Labyrinth of meat.
Interesting. And I want to circle, just turn quietly to the princess and lower the hat and say, do you have any intention of freeing them from their requirements of Orville and welcoming them into the Alliance? The other two demanded it. This fella seems loyal. But does he receive less because he's willing to bend the knee?
No, I mean, if he seems good with things as they are, then I don't see how being free would change anything. Could probably just make it better for him. Oh, now I'm switching into Australian. Thanks, Tom.
Don't blame me. Blame Robert Muldoon, the great hunter.
I think we need to offer it to him.
You are the first ambassador of the Alliance. The offers are yours. And you're the crown ruler of Orville currently, so you could release them from other obligations that are perhaps getting innocent farmhands eaten.
Right. Mr. Goff, I would just like to say that with my father's expected demise, as it were, we're now creating a new alliance of equality amongst all the people who've been supplying Orville, working for Orville, and we want to all work together as equals now. And we would like to release you from any obligations, as it were, and form a partnership.
And you can see him kind of raise his hands and shake his head a little bit. He's like, whoa, hey, we really need that contract, so don't go releasing me out of anything too soon here.
No. Happy to continue the contract if you're pleased with its terms. Just saying that we can renegotiate, make sure that it's equal and we're not taking too much, demanding too much.
Well, he nods and he's
we don't want anyone to get hurt. This seems like a ridiculous situation that we've gotten ourselves into.
It is.
People are dying. I don't like that. And I'd like to see that stop. And if coming to new terms and a new contract would stop further deaths, then I would like that very much.
He just kind of nods at you, which again is wildly unsettling because he's wearing this weird fucking Frankenstein animal mask. But he nods and he's like, "Metal lady, you're speaking a lot of sense. I gotta tell you, it's been pretty rough suffering under Lord Din. You take him, you make sure he's off the council, and I'll be happy to send up one of my best and brightest to come represent us. Because I gotta tell you, this is not sustainable. We try and give these animals a good life, but we're messing around with magics. We got a bunch of murderous portmanteaus running around. This is a goddamn nightmare. And the environmental impact of this many mutants is real fucking bad. So, if you can get Orville in line, honestly, no one's ever asked us what we thought before. They just come down here and yell.
Please consider Lord Din off the council as soon as I'm in charge of Orville, not you. Remember, it's a partnership.
He's like, oh, princess, my princess. And he slides off his big, bloody, heavy meat glove. And you can see he actually has, they're huge, but, incredibly dainty hands. He clearly takes very good care of them when he's not butchering. And he's picked a nail polish color that just, spectacularly pulls out his eyes, which are hard to see behind the mask, but, he's kind of got it going on. So he just reaches across the table with a hand that's kind of 1.5 size the hands of yours.
And I feel like I've seen this done by soldiers and other
It's a big thing in the docks.
Men of equals, and I grab his forearm.
Sure, and he just he kind of looks down and goes, reaches slightly past your hand and grasps your forearm, and the two of you have a clink, clink, clink. And you release, and you have to shake off a bit of blood, and he's he kind of checks his forearm, and he's like, oh, it's a hell of a grip, your majesty. I would say an iron grip, but it looks like you're more of a copper lady. He slides his glove back on, and he's like, all right, well, as I said, that's much appreciated. I'll happily follow you into the gates of hell and back, I will, but if you can help us with this mutant problem, I'll be right grateful. Happy to send you along your way with the amulet, and make sure your people get the food they need as well.
Wonderful. Glad we can come to terms. Now, to kill a minotaur.
Yep. Sounds about right to me. First door on your left. Best of luck.
And just for the sake of my notes, that's a warehouse that we're going into, or is it a slaughterhouse, or
it's
what is
the
it?
Factory?
Yeah, it's the factory floor. So where they've, even though it isn't fully mechanized, they've got a bunch of, they have to process so much. That think pulley systems, those long.
Sure, yeah.
So it's like that mafia movie, Scorsese movie style, frozen meat warehouse factory kind 100%,
of thing. 100%.
And they have walls that would lead the cows.
Yeah. Cross areas, take the temple.
A slaughterhouse then. That's just what I want to know.
Yeah. A slaughterhouse with a bit more mechanized bullshit. So if you cross a slaughterhouse with the kind of airport suitcase. Conveyor belt system where it's just a big massive slaughterhouse floor. Okay. So you're gonna get everything. You're gonna get Temple Grandin style cow runs. You're gonna get mafia hanging meats. You might find a friendly boxer who's just working on his form. Who knows?
Drinking eggs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. So the three of you have a moment to prepare. Muldoon's gonna come with you. And he's like, the disgraces, the monsters, all of them, should all be put down. So I'm happy to help you, however I can. You all bring any knives?
I brought a selection.
You call that a knife? That is a knife. And he gives you a thumbs up.
We're doing a different movie now.
We're doing all the movies.
We just,
If you'd forgive me, Muldoon, I'd like to have a moment to speak alone with my companions here.
As you will. And he takes a step away and just puts one foot up and takes a hunterly pose, looking concerned about the state of the world.
Great. I'll lean in to make sure he can't hear instead of just him posing in the same spot.
He honestly, he also seems like when he isn't paying attention to you, he's just he's having the Seymour Skinner Nom flashbacks. So
Muldoon is Muldooning at all times. Yeah. Yes, I believe that.
Maximum Muldoon.
God, I just love a human, a turtle, and a suit of armor in a huddle. That's just very funny to me.
Yeah, that's good too. Yeah.
Friends, there is something limited here that our friends haven't thought about because they were stuck in the lens of these things had to be food. If these cows and this minotaur have been raised to be slaughtered and they were smart enough to know that they lived and to know that that was their fate and to rise up, their fight does not make them villains. Their fight makes them heroes. if there's any way we can communicate with these beings to allow them their own autonomy and their own kingdom, it's the only right thing we can do. They're victims in this as well. Victims of Lord Din and dark magics. I mean, they could be psychopaths, and I'm not ruling that out, but there is a chance that we've essentially created a new species that deserve their own freedom, that have been enslaved unknowingly.
Well, Makka, I believe this is your forte.
Yes, I will endeavor to speak with the first ones we come across, and if diplomacy, as you say, yes, can be achieved, then more the better.
The nice thing about you is that I can tell when you're extra sure because you slightly more than when you're less sure. And that level of surety makes me feel good. Highness, do you know what you would offer these mutants in terms of land or opportunity for them to build their own life? I'm not saying you need the answer right now, but you might if we can actually talk to them. So it's something to think on.
Well, I mean, it depends what they want. If they just want the freedom, and we can determine that they're not going to, wreak havoc and start killing willy-nilly, then I suppose we could...
So we could broker a peace with Farmville, perhaps?
Perhaps. I mean, they need more supply. They might need more hands. I wonder if they, I don't know, work with Farmville? This might be a stretch.
Would you allow mutants into the Alliance of Equality? Theoretically.
Theoretically, sure. Yeah. Yeah.
These may be the Fivels of the farm world. Remember the poop lord? His name was Fivels, just to be clear.
I remember. I'm still questioning that.
We're not going to give the cows a flame helmet. I just want to be clear on where we're at on the hierarchy of things.
Right. Well, I think we need to understand the reasoning. Understand, what they're feeling, what they're thinking. And
I will stay near Muldoon to prevent him from preventing diplomacy.
Right, excellent. Excellent.
Well, let us begin then, yes.
Yes.
And with a chorus of Marge Simpsons, you step into the warehouse. So you're immediately hit by, again, just everything. The meat is frozen, but you can smell death. And you suspect that might be the people who were sent in to round up the mutants, less the mutants themselves. The entire space is lit in harsh red light, coming off of lanterns that have been kind of basically medieval gelled. So they have red glass. It means the entire place is in red and black. Making visibility still possible, but also somewhat difficult. Muldoon is like, Muldoon kind of gives you rough directions, and he's like, the minotaur has taken a throne deep in the facility. It's where he keeps himself, keeps his troops. We've got to get in there first, but to get there, we've got to go through the pens. And then past the hooks, and then we'll find him. So, gird your loins, or your metal codpiece. It's gonna be a rough ride. And then he, draws his bow. And he doesn't do that fucking thing from the Robin Hood movie where he just, walks around with his bow fully...
It's not his first day with a bow.
It's at least my third rodeo. All right, let's roll. So he's got a bow and arrow ready, and the four of you begin to make your way into the facility. So here's my question to you: what is the tactic you want to take to get to the minotaur? You'd mentioned wanting to try and parlay with it. Are you going to try and stealth your way through? Are you looking to fight your way through, run your way through? What's the strategy?
I think based on our conversation, it might be to have Makka go up front and try to talk to the sentries.
All right.
Yeah. Makka will step out in front of the group and light a torch, even from his explorer's pack.
Okay.
And carry that forward, and I'll cast Beast Speech. Just mark that off. Actually, no, I'll do it as a ritual cast, so I don't have to burn a spell slot. Thank you very much. And I will call out and say,
Mutants of Farmville. My name is Gravekeeper Makka, Deathcap of the Turtle. I am here to discuss terms of peace between you and the humans.
You hear a voice, like the Laura and Ryan. You hear like "moo" in like two voices speaking simultaneously. But Tyler, you hear one voice in your head, and it just says, "Set me free, I beg you."
Name your freedom. The nature of it. You are not prisoners here.
I am. Help! And then you hear like a tortured scream, and a mutant charges you. So go ahead and roll for initiative, my friends.
16 for your boy Makka.
5.
8
A little bit
for
slow on
Duncan.
the uptake. Oh, sorry, man.
It's fine. Remember, Laura, your audio and mine will both be replaced, so they'll actually balance flawlessly.
And
so I know what you're
No,
saying.
I'm
It's all
just
good.
apologizing for talking over you. You know.
Do you know what I love when you talk over me? It's great.
No.
You're the one who made it dirty.
What?
I didn't make it dirty at all.
It's definitely dirty now.
Yeah.
Gross.
all right, Makka, you're up first.
I mean, not gross.
Yeah,
but, like,
stop pretending I'm the villain. There's an audience here.
I will. I'll activate my symbiotic entity. Burn a wild shape to do that. And I will, as a bonus action, cast Shillelagh. So I am ready to fight.
Okay. It's the mutant's turn. It rushes directly at you. Shillelagh in action?
Shillelagh's bonus, but creating the symbiotic
I
entity
see.
is an action.
Gotcha.
But as soon as it becomes within 10 feet of me, that triggers my Halo of Spores. And
It
so
is
it will
within
have
10.
to.
Yep.
It will have to do a con save of 13 or better.
It fails the con save.
Okay, so it's 2d4 necrotic damage. So that's 1. Total of 4 necrotic damage.
The mutant, like it hits both cow heads, but it keeps charging, and then both heads kind of lower their horns and lean in, and they are going to hit you with an ability called Ram. What's your AC?
19.
Okay, both miss. So it kind of coughs as the spores hit it, and
If I may,
yeah.
I'd like to not necessarily have gotten out of the way, but with my shield, I want to tank this charge.
Sure, yeah, that's fair. Totally. So they slam up against your shield. It knocks you back a bit, but you just kind of like you do that thing where your feet slide back and
Right.
you hold steady, and then it is Duncan.
All right. Well, if it's attacking, well, he thinks it was. Well, maybe we can negotiate with the alpha. And at that point, I think Duncan would run in like from the side, because I'm imagining he and Muldoon are kind of like flanking hunting distance.
Incidentally, you guys are doing what the Raptors do
Yes.
in a separate, unrelated movie that has nothing to do with Robert Muldoon.
Yeah,
Yes.
because that Muldoon had no fucking clue what he was doing, and ours seems kind of actually capable instead of just talking cool and spooky, though he could die very quickly. Yeah, so I'm gonna dash in and try to aim for its heart.
Sure.
I don't know entirely where one is in a cow body, but I'm gonna give it my best shot.
It might have 2 now.
Anything's possible. I scored a 7.
You attempt to pierce the mutant, but it the hide is thick. It's not like cutting into a human, and honestly, you don't have much practice stabbing stuff like this. So you score kind of a cut along its side, but it doesn't pierce the rib cage.
And then I just say, shite!
And Muldoon's like, haughty girl, and starts like pulling back his arrow. Gwen.
Right. I mean, I really don't want to fight the things, but I guess I don't really have a choice. Let's do... Oh, fuck. Let's just hit them with my sword. Let's just get... Who's closest to me?
The cow. It's
There's-
one cow
there's
with 2
just
heads.
one.
Oh, it's
the
just
one.
one. I thought there
Yeah.
were 2.
No.
My apologies.
No, they have 2
2
heads.
Right.
And an unsettling third row of legs that don't really do anything, that run kind of along the center seam of their chest.
Ooh.
That's upsetting.
Isn't it, though?
Right. Instead of that, then why don't I, for my action, I'm going to just do a slam attack.
Sure.
Body slam it. So kind of try to do like a sidelong, like, you know, some good old mutant tipping. So that's 20 total to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Yay! Oh, good old 3 damage.
Cool.
3 bludgeoning. All right. Let's just send the sword out as a bonus.
Stab, throw. It's like, it's an up and around and toss, you know?
Well, this was like
Yeah,
it was
basically.
like body slam.
It's just-
you like threw,
yeah.
like you dropped the sword as you body slammed. You're like, ha! And the mutin's like, ugh. And then as you slump, the sword just comes flying over your shoulder.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah,
It
100%.
registers your disappointment.
Ugh, it would. It's 21 to hit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very hit. Much wow.
11 slashing.
There you go.
A solid hit.
The sword pierces deep into the mutant, and you hear it go, woo! And collapse. But Tyler, you haven't stopped hearing this voice.
So it is fallen dead.
Yes, it is. It is
Okay.
dead at your feet. And Muldoon walks over and like double taps the head with arrows. He's like, "Can't be too certain. Got to be safe. I want those arrows back." They like pulls the arrows awkwardly back out.
What did it say to you, Makka?
I spoke with a chorus of voices, all speaking in unison, begging for freedom. I do not understand why we were attacked. If freedom for these creatures means death, then they should just give themselves to the cycle. Allow their matter to be used for nutrients for others.
What if they're
Spread
in
their life
pain?
force.
Pain can drive creatures and men and beings to rage, to hate, to strike.
Pain. This is not a familiar sensation to the cluster. The cluster's domain is after pain, after fear. You may be right. We must hurry and end the pain for these beasts.
Should we try to continue talking to the sentries, or should we try to stealth our way through and talk with the minotaur at the center of the labyrinth?
I mean, I'd like to not kill them if we don't have to. Like, it's not their fault, so perhaps stealth might be the name of the game.
Muldoon, what's the fastest, stealthiest way to the center of this facility?
He gives you a Muldoon-y look of like impending doom. He's like, "What, mate? Easiest way is going right through the processing chute. A little bit dangerous, but it'll get us there right quick. None of the minotaurs will be in there."
Any objections, friends?
None. Show me the chute.
So he leads you kind of up a small metal staircase to a large. Basically, you can tell from the kind of meat that's waiting to be processed here that in modern terms this would be the like chicken nuggets or ground meat machine, where it's just supposed to like chop to pulp the things that go through it. And looking down, you can 100% see that there are a variety of blades and kind of like meat hammers suspended. And he's like, "We've turned it off, but I've watched the mutants turn it back on before. We've got to be careful. They're smart, too smart. Should all be destroyed."
Right. Well, I think basically what I'm going to do is it kind of see me start like getting psyched up, kind of dancing on my toes. And this is me using 3 of my essence points to increase my dex by 1 for until the next time I have a long rest.
Wicked. So as you start to limber up, the space between the joints on your armor gets a little bit looser to the point that it almost looks... you gain a few inches, and you seem less like a suit of armor and almost more like a marionette.
All right, cool.
For the Devil May Cry fans in the house, like those spooky puppets you fight all the time.
Marionettes,
so you're just a little bit longer, a little bit lankier, and you're still a solid, like you're still not solid, but you're holding the shape of the armor, but now it's less, it's almost more balletic.
All right.
And he's like,
Cool.
He goes over and gets like the emergency stop lever. And he's like, basically, he'll wait there with the lever, and if it sounds like the machine is going, he'll stop it. But
Okay.
that still means you'll have to make a save, but he'll be able to stop it after that.
Cool.
So just diving down the chute.
So it's a drop, this chute?
It's a sort of a harsh diagonal.
It's a slide.
Slide, yeah.
It's a slide. Okay.
It's a slashy, poundy slide of doom.
Then I know how Makka will handle this. If anyone wants to go first, that's fine. But Makka is not going to try and dodge.
I was going to say,
anything.
I'm the stealthiest, so I would volunteer to go first. Because I'd be the most likely to be able to dip, duck, dive, and dodge, theoretically.
Mm-hmm.
You missed one.
The other one is dodge.
Exactly.
I also duck twice. You know, it's a weird training you get in the Dawnbreakers. I'm imagining if Makka just has to kind of tank it, maybe Makka last.
Yeah, he's going to make some noise.
If we send Muldoon as the most knowledgeable, who like knows the route first, I can follow him, and then maybe the princess can kind of draft, and then Makka's just a giant rock we drop down a hole.
Currently, Muldoon is offering to stay with a hand on the emergency stop valve.
That makes more sense. Let's do that. I'll go first, then Princess, then Makka.
Okay.
Perfect.
So, could you go ahead and roll me a stealth check, please?
Oh yeah. Fuck.
Uh-oh.
That is a 9.
So you kind of like run up and try and power slide your way down like you're on a water slide with your arms across your chest. Unfortunately, one of those beautiful daggers pings off one of the edges, and all of a sudden you're kind of lurched forward as, luckily you weren't directly under it, but one of the punching hammers knocks you forward, and you can hear the whir of the machine starting up. Can you please roll me a dex save?
It's a 10.
Oof, I rolled rather well. You'll take 18 points of damage as you're pummeled and slashed by various things. You hear Muldoon like pull.
Yeah, you just hear me in the middle going, "Muldoon, you cunt!" Like,
and he's like, "Sorry, it sticks." So he manages to shut it off before it completely mulches you, but you definitely take some hits, and then you roll into a bin of unattended meat giblets that should have been moved long ago, but due to the rampaging mutants, is instead kind of starting to go rancid.
Great. I'm just going to roll far enough to get out of the way, whoever's coming second. Yep. And then I'm probably, if there's not a contact in sight, I'm just going to lay there. I'm supremely fucking hurt.
Yep. Understood. Okay. Your Highness.
The second Muldoon hits the emergency brake and things top, I just dive down head first.
Cool. Go ahead and roll me a... You're not going for stealth, right? You're just going for...
No, probably like more of an acrobatics type thing.
All right, yeah, go ahead and roll me acrobatics with advantage.
Yeah, I was going to say, you see a blood smear from where the knives went.
Nice, that's a 21 total.
Your armor falls apart in the chute. And as the hammer and blades are going, you're just like rattling around and bouncing down in various pieces. And then all of them kind of tumble out in a ball. And as they do, it seems to almost just be like a bunch of garbage is being ejected out the bottom end. But suddenly you find yourself coming up in a shoulder roll before face planting into the giblets.
All right, cool.
Everything has gone dark for you.
Oh, lift my head?
Still dark. You're not sure if you've properly reassembled.
Oh no.
You start to feel your arms, your shoulders, as you Laura, are physically doing. They're attached.
Yep.
Everything's kind of where it should be, but there's only darkness.
I look over as I see her randomly grabbing her body parts. Does it have a head?
She's got chunks of meat stuck in her eye slits.
Damn it, get over here. I'll reach over and just like... I'm so hurt and mad that I just slap the meat off her face. Like I hit the head and just slap.
You hit the back of the helmet like you're like trying to tap coffee grinds as you just tap it twice and the meat falls out.
Yeah, just full on whacker one to get the meat out of her face.
Tom. I mean, it makes sense. I just like no.
DM's gotta have fun every so often.
Fucking.
All right. Are you? I assume. Do you get a Koopa shell your way down there, bud?
Yeah, for Makka's approach, he comes to the tip, withdraws into his shell for shell defense, which also gives him advantage on strength and constitution saves.
You're gonna need
and
it.
he just tips down and begins to just like roll and spin and slide down this chute.
So as you do, you hear Muldoon yell, "Don't worry, mate, I got you." And then there's just a sound of squishing and terror, and the camera cuts to a single arm grasping the valve with no body attached, and the machine starts going. So go ahead and roll me a con save, please.
So that is a dirty 20.
Yeah, you're banged around like crazy, but honestly... You've had worse. You will take partial damage, but I rolled a 3, so you take 1. Cool. So you slam like a fucking bullet into this giblet bin.
Just meat
spray
explosion.
Meat everywhere.
Yeah.
And then you just kind of like stand up heroically and look over to see just like the fucking like patchwork man of blood slapping the back of the princess's helmet.
And then I'm immediately sprayed by meat.
Yeah, exactly.
From you landing. That knocks me over again.
Sticking with our Apocalypse Now scenario, now he's like the bloody-faced Kurtz from Apocalypse Now.
Yeah, I look like Mick Foley at the end of a WrestleMania main event. Like, just everything has holes in it where there shouldn't be, and I'm covered in blood.
I do like the first thing I do is walk over and cast Cure Wounds at level 2 on dear sweet Duncan. 14 damage, 14 healing rather.
So you're still pretty bloody just from the blood you fell into and the blood you've bled. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. But you feel much better, and you can feel your wounds kind of like closing up as the spores kind of do their work.
Yeah, underneath the blood, I now just look like a guy who won a bar fight, but was still in a bar fight. Or like the security walked me out at the end. And I rest a hand on Makka's shoulder, and I just say, listen, I may not be a devotee of the cluster, but whatever that cluster does, I owe it a favor.
All debts are repaid eventually.
Do you know what? I promise you right now, when I die, my body goes to your swamp, and you use it for whatever the fuck you want.
You hear like a rattling, like, toom, 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 toom. And then a bull's head comes flying out of the chute into the giblet pile with a blood-stained hat.
Now, is this a man's head covered in a bull's head, or is it just a bull's head? Okay.
It is that. It is the head of Robert Muldoon.
Right.
I don't want to seem terribly uncharitable, but fuck him.
You hear a chorus of moos begin in the darkness around you.
One
moo begins, and then the chorus of moos join.
I still have beast speak with animals.
Yeah, you are.
Am I hearing anything?
You are still hearing the same voice. It's just a singular voice saying
"free me,"
and just like wincing in pain. And you hear now. You hear it just say, "Too many. No, there. It wasn't supposed to. There's too many."
I just want to call out using my speak with animals spell and ask,
Is death the freedom you seek?
And it says, yes, any freedom, free me. Free me, there's too many of them.
I'll yell out like,
we're coming.
And is it clear which direction we should go in now that we're at the bottom of this chute, or are
you
there
can
options?
see there's kind of like where everything else is red light, there does seem to be like a line of white sterile kind of white lanterns that have kind of a white glass casting softer light leading back to what you would assume is probably kind of where the foreman would hang out and kind of keep an eye on the operation. If you were a minotaur, that's where you would hang out for sure.
Okay. Then I'll gesture in that direction to I'll point to it with my shillelagh, because we're ready for a fight, and I'll say,
the voices have spoken. Death is the freedom they seek. They are in great pain. We need to put down these abominations. Mm-hmm.
Done and done.
Okay.
And with that,
If any alternatives present themselves, I will let you know.
and so with the weapons at the ready, you step deeper into the facility to face your bovine fate.
Hi, I'm Ryan LaPlante, and I'm one of the crazy founders of Dumb Dumbs and Dice, the production company that's made the video you're watching or the podcast you're listening to right now. Now, we're clearly busy. We're producing 5 weekly podcasts, a 6th event podcast, video event one-shots, and an additional video D&D campaign. But we want to take this time to invite you to become a part of our company and a part of our Patreon at patreon.com/dumbdumbdice. You can get access to our Discord, access to exclusive DM and character chats. You can get the chance to name characters in our shows and vote on the way their stories will progress. You can even become a recurring NPC and hear yourself interacting with our characters each week through the voice of Tom. You can become a patron for as little as $1, and there's great value for you at even that level. So please, join the Dumb Dumbs and Dice family and help us make even more content in a way that you are guaranteed to love. That's patreon.com/dumbdumbdice. DUMBDICE. So let's do something dumb together, and thanks for being part of our stories.
You are faced with 3 mutants standing between you and the sort of main foreman's floor where you will find the Minmutar. It's one of those classic kind of visual standoffs where as the 3 of you kind of start to make your way, you see the 3 mutants come like trotting around the corner, and then all 6 of their heads turn to you. And the 3 of you look to each other, And what do you do?
How far away are the mutants?
About 20 feet.
I will try one last time with Speak with Animals to loudly declare,
"Let us through and we will end your suffering."
You hear the voice scream, "They lied. I didn't deserve this. They lied."
but what action do these bulls
What are they
take?
saying, Makka?
The bulls just stand eerily still while that is said,
Okay.
and then they start to like square up with you and start like doing the paw
Right.
stamp.
They mention something of being lied to. I do not understand.
By who?
What if this is the wizard who made the mutants? There has to be someone magically at the core of this, and no one's spoken about where the magic came from.
Can you ask who did this to them?
Mutants. Who did this to you? Who is causing your pain?
You just hear the name Lysa screamed over and over and over.
Lysa. Who is Lysa?
You hear more screams, and then the mutants charge.
Over my shoulder, I just shout the name,
Lysa. The one who did this is Lysa.
and then I charge to meet them.
Oh, damn, son. All right, roll for initiative, everybody.
Nine.
That's 3 for Makka. So he starts to run, but realizes he needs to tie his shoes, and then realizes,
I'm not wearing shoes.
and so that whole thing takes a minute.
Forgive
On
me.
closer inspection, these are loafers.
Gwen, what was yours?
9.
It's a 12 for Duncan.
Okay, wicked. So I rolled a 1 on one of mine. Tyler, as Makka yells Lysa's name, the scream intensifies and becomes almost not blinding, but deafening to you. And for the two of you, this just sounds like a tortured, multi-cow screaming moo situation. But then, to your horror, one of the mutants, both the heads buck, and you see blood dripping out of their eyes and ears, nose and mouth, and the mutant just takes 2 steps and fumbles and falls back.
Dead?
Yep.
Oh,
Or
don't roll
at
a
least
1 in here,
brain dead.
guys.
You can see it twitching, but it's not getting up and running.
Okay.
So they're going to get a surprise round, given that you're trying to chat. But you stepped out in front, so 2 mutants charge you. What's your AC?
19.
1 is a crit, 1 misses. So you manage to get your shield. You're trying to figure out which. It's like a goaltender in a soccer penalty kick, being like, I can literally jump one of 2 ways. And if I guess right, I block this and I'm a hero. If I guess wrong, I get gored by a mutant. That's what they always say in FIFA. Big concern about mutants. Mutants and bribery. Those are the 2 main concerns of FIFA.
Mutants and corruption.
Yeah, honestly.
I can't wait for the Last Week Tonight special on mutants.
And then the league got run over by mutants. Cool. Anyway, so the crit will be... one moment, please. I'm missing a die. There it is. Oof. 16 points of damage. You block 1 and you knock it aside, but the other 2 hit you directly in the sort of... I guess as a turtle, you probably have that kind of hard carapace on your chest as well. So one of them, you feel the horns pierce it and hit you in soft spots, and you wheeze in pain, but you're still standing. You're still out.
The The spores actually help with a lot of that. That actually just took out my temporary hit points. I'm in pretty good shape, honestly. Yeah, my Halo of Spores.
Do they take? Is your Spore Halo still going? Would they still take damage from entering the Spore field?
Halo of Spores is basically my reaction now.
Okay.
From now on, it's symbiotic entity that I need to like activate. So it's just been taken out of commission because I lost all my temporary hit points.
I see, but they don't need to roll a con save.
They do.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I can only do it as a reaction to one, so the one that critted me will have to make the con save.
It fails.
Okay, so that's 6 necrotic damage. I rolled it already.
Wicked. And if you could just keep reminding me of that, because that is absolutely a thing I'm going to forget in the
Oh, I will not be
whirl of combat.
Letting these guys get off without it, yeah.
Great. All right, top of the round. The mutant who managed to hit you, he is within your spore field, so he passes. So does he take partial?
It's just a reaction, so I've had my one reaction for the round.
I see.
So
yeah,
no other.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So it rears up and with its 2 kind of 4 hooves, and then also the 3 lining its stomach that are a little too short to actually be of use. It just starts like throwing like a flurry of hoof blows.
Okay.
Yeah. So
It's fighting Roo style. It's a Moo-Roo.
Oof. That's where he learned all his moves, from the local Muru. So one of the strikes will hit.
Okay.
Because I rolled like hot shite. So that is 2d4 plus stuff.
Or as we like to call it, Duncaning it.
Ew.
No.
That'll be 6 points of
A
damage.
little bit.
Okay.
And then it kind of collapses back down onto its legs. It's doing a bit of like the pugilist like kind of moving around, but it also is a cow, so it's massive and it's got 2 giant heads that are right there. So it trying to like duck and weave. You could still probably swing in any direction and hit it. It's not tremendously effective.
Sure.
Duncan.
All right, there's no more fucking around with these cows. So Duncan isn't going for his rapier and he isn't going for his pistols. He's aware it's just max ugly damage because sometimes it's just stepping beyond fighting. So Duncan reaches back and his sheaths are actually like the reverse way that you'd think. They're instead of hilt down, kind of like dagger up, it's actually the reverse way. So he takes both and he pulls them out and it's just ice picks. And basically he wants to leap around and just jam them both into it, and it's just him trying to shiv this fucking front mutant in the side.
Gotcha.
So I'm going for the full 2-weapon fighting for more minimal damage, but I need to hurt this fucking cow. All right, so the first one to hit is a 22, and the second one is a 15.
Yes, both will hit. It will not surprise you to know cows do not have very good AC.
Great, and I am doing 7 piercing damage total.
And that's to the one that is, I assume the one that has already been damaged.
Yeah, I want to finish it off.
All right, you run in, and like, again, cows are big and thick, and you've seen how your sword slid off them. So this is pure just like running in, jumping, kicking off a wall into the side. And then I think it's that like Breaking Bad multi-shiv, where just you're on there and it's like... and you still don't know where a mutant's heart is, but you know if you stab it 80 times in the blink of an eye, it's probably going to go down.
I know where its blood is. Yeah.
All over your knives and the floor, which is also where the mutant collapses to. So it does one more like duck and weave, and then its eyes roll up into its head and it collapses. With you on top of it, still like... just
I'm
prison shivving.
it's like, and then I just shiv my way up and into both eyes, just wham, just to make sure it's all the way dead.
One eye for each head.
Yeah, exactly. It's 2 brains, so really that's my priority.
So you knock them together stooge style, and it is done. So you have one more mutant facing you, which brings us to that mutant, which, having seen you soundly thrash its companion, is going to rear up and then just try and land all of its, like, just start stomping down on you with a flurry of hooves. So that will hit with 2.
Nice. How many times did it? You're talking about me, right?
Yes, it attacked 3 times and it hit with 2. Do you have some swashing to do? I'm so sorry. I hate that term so much.
You and me both, man. It's the worst part of this character class, even though I'll do it. It hit with 2, right?
Yep.
All right. I would like to... I'll parry one of the blows for a swashing point.
And does that just mean the blow doesn't hit, or does it subtract?
It means I subtract a certain amount of damage.
Okay, one of them barely hit, so that one.
I'll parry the one that barely hit?
Sorry, it subtracts damage?
Yeah,
I see.
from one hit.
Okay. So one will deal you 6, and the other will deal you 9. So maybe the 9.
It depends on which one it is, so it's all chaos, but I will subtract... I'll subtract 13 from one strike. So one of the strikes will be batted aside.
Basically, it's one head. It's hooves. So yeah, it's like comes in and you manage to just kind of like slide under it so that it can't hit you with both. Also, it's a cow, so it's not like it can like aim inward. But in doing so, you still get pummeled a couple times.
Cool. So you said I take 6 damage?
Yeah. Let me roll a d6 and tell you which one you parried. Yeah, you take 6 damage.
Great.
Which brings us to Gwendolyn.
I'm just gonna take a run at it. Just like full like shoulder in and just try to just knock it back, baby.
Sure.
I'm not fully into the stabbing thing yet. It's a little bit upsetting. So here I go.
You'll come around.
They always do.
That's 22 to hit.
That will hit.
Do you want to go check out Freddy, Laura?
Yeah. Be right back. Wait, here.
These are the sounds of mutants woofing in the
7
background.
damage.
Yeah, you can hear the cattle dogs who deal with mutants barking from their nearby kennel in encouragement, because they're also pretty mad about this mutant situation. Mm-hmm. Mad and adorable.
Yeah, the snarfing wolf warriors of Farmville.
Snarf, snarf, snarf! Tyler, do you have to target your speak with animals, or is it just on for everyone?
It's on as long as I can concentrate. Actually, I should have done a quick save. My bad. I'll do a con save right now.
Okay.
How much damage did you do? You did like 6 damage. No.
6 to me. I don't know what he did to you.
Yeah. You did 16 because you took out all my temp hit points. I don't have these speech active anymore.
You just hear some random woofing and snarfing.
Yeah. Oh, it was just for the joke bit. I should have just kept it on. I should have been like, yeah, I have it.
No, it's too late. It's too late. This is the day comedy died.
Damn.
But Tyler and Ryan in real life have beast speech. So what do the fictional dogs say, Tom?
They're just like, yeah, you two-headed fucks, you're not real cows.
Nice. Mm-hmm. I believe Freddy would say that.
Yep. All right, Gwendolyn, go ahead and roll your damage, please. 7 damage. Sick. That brings us to Makka.
I'm going to cast the cantrip Chill Touch. Yes.
Just you make them hear Matthew McConaughey with your touch?
Stop breathing.
I create a ghostly skeletal hand in the space of a creature within range. So I make a ranged spell attack against them. So that is going to be 18 to hit.
That'll hit, yep.
Okay. And so the creature is assailed with the Chill of the Grave. On a hit, it takes 1d8 necrotic damage, 5 necrotic damage, and it can't regain hit points until the start of my next turn. Until then, the hand clings to the target.
As the fingers wrap around it, you see... you can tell it isn't doing enough damage to drop it. However, when it grasps it, the eyes of the mutants roll back into its head. Mm-hmm. and you see it kind of look around in a vaguely confused fashion, and kind of like for a second almost seems to just be bewildered, and then it kind of sighs, and there's like a puff of frost, and the mutant falls to the side, and almost seems to be more so sleeping than dead.
Okay. Well, then that's everyone. So I'll end the spell. It's not like a concentration or anything.
That's fine.
It won't hold it there anymore.
It doesn't get up. It seems to just be almost exhausted.
Okay.
Duncan's just standing there with like a hand on his chest where he's got like bruised ribs. He's like, none of this has been a fucking duel, and I hate it. You can't dance when you're trying to stab a giant fucking 8-legged cow.
This is true. This is true.
Can I examine? Excuse me. Can I examine this sleeping mutant?
Yep, it looks to be a sleeping two-headed cow. But in the moment before it passed out, you didn't see any of the intent that you've previously seen. Can you roll me an insight check?
Yeah. Ooh, not great. That's a 4 on the die. It won't be improved by much. Insight? Actually, that's up to a 7.
I mean, you saw that cow pass out. That was pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
So then I'll rise and look to my companions and just ask,
Is everyone all right to press on?
I never knew when I took the oath of Danno it was going to be so literal. But hey, you know, it's the deal of a Dawnbreaker. Let's go kill a fucking minotaur.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna preemptively burn my second and final wild shape to reactivate symbiotic entity, and the spores glow around me, and I gain 15 temporary hit points. Some other cool shit that I hopefully get to do.
You round the corner and see a long kind of hallway with crates stacked on either side of it, clearly of supplies and replacement pieces for the machinery. And at the far end, there's a collapsed foreman's office. And sitting kind of like in classic like fucking Thanos style Abe Lincoln hands over the things, there's a giant cow. And it's not a minotaur, it's just a real muscly cow with thick legs, giant head, and a much, much smaller head that almost looks like a growth off its neck. Just sitting there brooding, staring at the ground. And as you arrive, it looks up with fury in its eyes and just picks up its weapon, slams it against the ground, and begins to stalk towards you.
And I'm just going to say, I'm done talking, and I'm pulling my pistol and shooting it.
Cool. Roll for initiative, please.
15 for Makka.
18 for Gwendolyn.
5 for Duncan.
Okay. Duncan, I'm going to give you a surprise round because you decided to just shoot it immediately.
Yay!
It's also far away and doesn't have any ranged attacks, so go nuts.
All right, that is a dirty 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
And that is 8 piercing damage from the pistol shot.
So you see the bullet kind of like pierce its shoulder, and it just keeps coming, unfazed. It took damage, but it's scary, is what I'm getting.
Yeah, it's a big spooky ass cow.
Yep.
Duncan has learned cows are tougher than most things he would have to duel. He no longer wants to duel cows.
Yeah, if you
he has a
cook them
lot of respect for
sure.
farmers.
So it starts like just like dum, 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 and starts like beginning a run towards you. And the lighting is very dramatic because there's only so many of these lanterns overhead casting light down. It's like the opening of that incredibly shitty movie Lights Out, which was a bad horror movie with an incredibly good opening sequence set in this exact set that I'm imagining.
Yeah, it's that's where they took a Doctor Who episode and were like, it's my new villain.
Yeah, and we're like, but also dumber. Cool. So Makka, you see this minotaur lowering its horns and carrying the massive weapon it stole from the butcher, rushing towards you. What do you do?
It's my turn. And
it is. Yep, it's your initiative.
Okay, and Gwendolyn, you're probably coming up shortly after I am.
She is next.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just put a hand out on Gwendolyn's shoulder and just say,
Step aside.
and I'll cast blindness on the cow charging at us.
All right.
So
Damn.
it needs to make a Constitution saving throw and beat a 13.
Oh, it does not. By a long
Okay,
shot.
so it is blinded now, and at the end of its turn, it can make subsequent Constitution saves to end the blindness.
All right. Very cool.
And I just move, hopefully with Gwen, just out of its direct line so it can just fuck right off.
Yeah.
What does blindness look like for Makka? Like, what's that spell flavor-wise?
I think with things like Chill Touch and Poison Spray and the spores dealing necrotic damage, I think this is just kind of like the nastier, more adverse effects that like molds and fungi can have. Like, you know, if you ingest a certain mushroom or something like that, it can like paralyze you or kill you outright. So I think it's just a cascade of spores that he inhales, and it just like attacks his nervous system and causes him to go blind.
Sick. All right, love it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Gwendolyn, you're up. The Minotaur is still a little ways away, but it is, you can see its head kind of casting around, and the small head is just like doing a lot of weird, jerky, fun monster puppet acting.
Right. I'm gonna stand aside
Yep.
and I'm gonna let it run by.
Do you want to ready an attack for when it rushes by?
Yeah, I think. Do you know what? As soon as it's past us, I want to take a strike at its legs.
All right,
at
cool.
its back legs.
Cool. That brings us to the Minotaur. So it had a rough idea of where you were. It's still going to try and take a swing at you as it rushes by. And this is like full on just like slashing across itself in both directions. It is going to become reckless. You can see that it's swinging with all abandon. So its advantage will counteract the disadvantage of blindness. However, you now also have advantage. It's one of those gain and grant things. And it's going to swing for... It actually can't see you, so I'm going to roll a die to figure out who might be in the attack path of this. Duncan, are you with them? I feel like you were further back.
I'm trying to stay the fuck out of the front line on the cow fight. I'm
That's
getting
what I
my
thought.
ass kicked.
So 1 to 3 is Makka. 4 to 6 is Gwendolyn. It's a 1, so swinging at Makka. Makka, what's your AC right now?
19.
19. All right. Despite it sort of recklessly swinging in all directions, you are prepared for this, and you just kind of do that classic kind of martial artist thing. You're just agilely lift your leg up and over the blade. Like, it's not swinging for both. It just like, and then quietly place your foot back down, and it rushes past. Gwendolyn, go ahead and take your strike.
All right. 22 to hit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. That'll be 10 slashing damage.
All right.
Right at its back legs. Its hindquarters.
And I'll do a little damage as well as a reaction.
Okay.
Since it has entered the field of my spores.
Yep.
That's 4 necrotic damage.
Damn, not bad at all. All right, I'm gonna give it a dexterity save to try and stay up, since you're aiming at its legs. Roll a crit success, so you slash its leg. It stumbles, but there's just so much reckless rage going on that it keeps charging. It does come to a stop, though, when it realizes it hasn't hit anything and that it got slashed. Duncan, for you, it, like, jerks to a halt, like, a foot from you. and then is like turning back, but it's unaware that you exist. So it was just like, oh, the things I want are back there. But it's a classic like train stops just in time moment. You hold your breath and are successful. Incidentally, it's your turn. There's a minotaur directly in front of you.
It can make a con save now at the end of its turn to recover from blindness.
Yes, I rolled a 12 plus its con.
Yep, con save, yeah.
So 15.
Okay, yep, that beats my 13.
So it blinks its eyes, and like its side eyes blink, and then those side eyes lock on Duncan and go like, meow, and the big head goes, moo, and then it's your turn, Duncan.
Well, you know, sometimes you fast dance and sometimes you slow dance. And sometimes you just fucking dance, and two knives come out, and it's just ice pick time. Like, just fucking, there's a stomach exposed on this fucking cow. It's just bam, 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 bam. Like, he's gonna try to, like, work a smile. Like, an upside down, like, I'm gonna put a fucking frowny face on the middle of this goddamn cow.
You call it bringing the dawn.
Yeah. Oh, wow, what a sack of shit.
Keep in mind you have advantage because he's reckless.
Thank God. Okay, so one of them is a dirty 20 and the other is a 12.
12 barely misses, but the 20 certainly hits.
Okay. Great. What I would actually like to do, if I can, is I'm working along the stomach and it's bouncing, and then I want to spend a swashing point. So it's like bounce, bounce, bounce. It's not getting through, and then I'm like, fuck it, and I just go down and slash the Achilles tendon on the right leg, and I want to use a swashing point to try to trip.
Oh, all right.
This cow.
I was not gonna let you do that, but this makes sense.
Yeah, it would be bullshit otherwise. But
yeah, I just like I attack him and I don't do what I'd like, but like, can I hit him in the heart and brain?
No. I was just I wanted to build some swashing into it. So
yeah, man.
The cow. It's large or smaller, I imagine? Is it bigger than large? Okay, good. Large still counts. Large is the biggest size I can do this to. If it's bigger than that, I'm fucked. It gets to make a strength save against my attack roll.
That, sir, is a crit fail.
Ooh, baby.
I'm showing you the 7, but it was the 1.
I was going to say, it looks like a 7, but I won't say anything.
They're right next to each other. It's terrible.
Yeah, no, cool. All right, so it is knocked prone.
Ooh. So it's like, and then it's still looming down over you, and I think you just slide between its legs and slash the Achilles tendon as you go. You show up on the other side, and cow just goes. All the like walls rattle around you, and can you roll me a perception check, please?
That is a 10.
10? You're not sure, but you think you can see in the collapsed foreman's office that was the throne, the royal crest of Orville.
Interesting.
Like, there seems to be something with that crest on it buried in the rubble.
All right. I want to dash towards that thing in the rubble.
All right, cool.
If we're still allowing me to have movement after this, I don't know where
absolutely.
Yeah, cool.
You'll get there next turn. Yeah, I'm not going to take away your movement by giving you a cool flourish that I thought was narratively interesting. Hey, I thought this was cool for flavor, so we're telling a better story. Also, you've lost both of your knives, and everyone you know back home died.
Yeah. Your character is now an orphan. I've changed their backstory.
Yeah.
He is an orphan, for the record, for his real backstory.
I know. Okay. I was going to bring it up earlier, but I didn't. There's still time. So that brings us to the top of the round.
Well, I can bring it up.
If I told you.
That is a good question. Good questions, all. Makka, the minotaur has fallen. Long live the minotaur.
What does the when a creature's prone? What exactly are the details of that? Do you know?
As the DM,
to take an action for them to get up.
It takes a movement action for them to stand again, and I think I don't know whether they have disadvantage or you have advantage. I can't remember which.
1 moment, please.
Sorry, it just...
No. This is something I should usually have at hand. I've decided to ditch DM screens for this, and I've outsourced all of my knowledge of conditions to normally what's like right here-ish for me, directly in front of me. So give me 1 moment, please. Everyone can see my story is showing rather than my rules knowledge.
I've got a prone...
Its only movement option is to crawl. It has disadvantage on attack rolls. An attack against it has advantage if it's within 5 feet of another creature, which it is. Otherwise, the attack has disadvantage. Oh, sorry. If you're shooting at it from distance, you have disadvantage.
Right, because it's
but
like...
for melee, it's
flat,
like...
Right.
Whereas shooting, it's like, it's like laying on the ground. It's actually harder to hit.
Okay. In that case, I see Duncan coming up the hall, and I just think of it as like a tactical switch in, so I run past him towards the mutator.
And in your head, you just hear sort of through the cluster Muldoon saying, "Don't shoot her! Don't shoot her!" As you rush.
That's fine. And I just mutter, "I will not." And I just raise my shillelagh and bring it down on the creature's head.
Right.
That is a 23 to hit.
Yes.
So that is 13 bludgeoning damage and 4 poison damage, with my symbiotic entity helping me out there.
With a mighty crack, you shatter the back of the minotaur's skull. And then with a slightly quieter crack, you smash the tiny head, and it pops like a melon. But the massive beast kind of like finally falls quiet underneath you. Around this time, Duncan, you reach the throne. And you start kind of like quickly brushing aside things to see what has the seal on it. And you realize that it's a coffin. It's kind of dressed up to look a little bit like a shipping crate, but from a quick eye, it's clearly that.
All right, I'll crack it open. I'm not afraid of dead people.
You crack the lid, and inside, you see a man with gray skin, and he looks similar to the knife-fingered people you saw rush out of the palace, but he seems to be hooked up to kind of a variety of stones, sort of like alchemical stones. You can see fluids going into him and coming out of him, and there seems to be a massive gem jammed into his chest and jammed into his forehead. His eyes are pure white, and you can kind of hear him muttering in a language that you intellectually don't understand, but mentally do. Just saying, "Too many. There's too many. I can't. There's too many. I didn't deserve this. There's too many."
Okay, I'm going to look back to the others and say, "Oh, I found the fucked up thing at the center of this. I'm going to need both of your eyes." And I wave you guys over to find this weird nightmare thing.
I'll join him since we've slayed the beast.
So, Makka, this is a real horror show for you, because this is exactly what you kind of feared the mix of science and magic could lead to. This figure, as you observe him, you realize, Duncan's kind of checking his vitals and seeing what's up. You quickly see that his knees are back jointed and covered in fur. And he has small horns. You realize that he's a fawn.
Okay.
And he has sort of like cables running out of him, but he's clearly sending out kind of massive pulses of magical energy. You can see his fingers twitching constantly, and if you look at the inside of the coffin lid, you can see there seem to be intricate drawings drawn over and over and over that sync up with what you saw in the book upstairs. And looking at his fingers, they seem to have been kind of stained with a permanent mystical ink. And he seems to be drawing the mutants over and over and over. However, you notice that over all of them, he's drawn one large one. And his fingers keep twitching and trying to draw things, but there's obviously nothing left to draw on.
Right.
Friend, box friend, we're here to free you. We're here to free you from your burden. And I'll take his hand and just kind of like try to like get a grip on it to like comfort him.
It starts closing on yours with like unnatural strength to the point that you start feeling tremendous pain. And as a duelist, you aren't proud of this thought, but you're worried he might actually break the bones in your hand and make you less capable as a duelist. You take 2 points of damage from the pain he's causing, and you can roll me a dex save to try and get out of his grasp.
Dex save. It's a 15.
All right, yep, you're able to slip out. The ink actually helps. So you slide your hand free, and he goes back to drawing.
He's fucking strong as hell. I don't know what's going on. He's clearly the one behind some of the mutant stuff, but there's a symbol of Orville on this. I don't know if Lord Den is involved with these Covenant assholes.
Can I discern the nature? Well, you know what? Let's find out by casting Detect Magic. I'd like to cast Detect Magic on this fawn in the coffin. Are you looking for a roll? I can't remember what.
Sorry. No, I think Detect Magic I think you just burn the slot and it happens. I think.
Yeah.
So you can tell that all of the gems and stones that are in there seem to be focuses, in the same way that a cleric or a wizard might use a focus to help channel magic. However, in this case, it almost seems like they've rigged a bunch. Whoever set this up rigged a bunch of focuses to him. So none of these are his. They just seem to be kind of plugged into him. And you can feel tremendous amounts of transmogrification magic coming off of him. You get the sense that the mutants are perhaps not stable, and that they're not a mutated version of a cow. They are, in fact, being held together by the magic pulsing off of this fawn. From a quick look and knowing your interest in the cycle and the cluster, this feels like someone who's brain dead but still on machines, like on a respirator.
Yeah.
Mark, if we yank the gems, do you think you could heal him? Is there any way to save this being?
I am somewhat drained, but depending on the nature of his injuries, yes, I could heal him.
You can feel decay in him. He should be dead. In fact,
then
he might be dead, but he's still being used as a battery.
Then with that knowledge, I'll say,
he should not be healed. His life force is being repurposed.
Then we should end
Destroy him.
We should end this farce and figure out the box afterwards. And it's just like dagger in each hand. And I just want to get the daggers out of him without having to touch him, because I don't know what the magical requirements here would be. I want to try to keep the box intact, but I just detach him.
Well, alternatively, do you want to let Gwen do that, since she's actually made of metal and won't be... Or would you be... Yeah. Okay, so Gwen, you...
Yeah, I'll do this.
So this is the first time... You've been in fights before, but this is a much more kind of intimate thing. You stand over this man who's clearly in tremendous pain, and is also... a type of creature you never even imagined existed. What does this experience feel like to you?
This is incredibly sad. Like, I mean, I'm kind of feeling like there's something evil at the heart of this, but I don't know that it was this creature. I just feel sorry for it.
What do you say?
That's it. This is fucked up.
What do you say to it as you begin to unplug it?
I just say, I'm sorry, poor creature. If this was my father's doing, regardless of whose doing this was, I'm sorry it came from my people. And slowly detach.
As you do, you can see
Fingers.
like it's odd because it isn't like his whole body relaxes. It's almost like each individual muscle group. Like as you start pulling things, it's like suddenly one shoulder just completely relaxes. You pull something out of his stomach, and you can kind of see the tension that was in his abs relax. And by the end of it, the light is fading and flickering in his eyes, and kind of the light that's coming out of his mouth. And once it gets to a point where you've unplugged enough things that it feels like you're looking at a corpse, and you still manage to I think you unplug the rest of them and then probably just shatter the gems for good measure. But by the time you're done, like Makka, this feels like a few day old corpse. But even though Gwendolyn, this is obviously like a mercy kill and something sad, you do find some solace in it's not an active expression, but the sense of peace and almost relaxation in the face. Like when the face muscles stop twitching and straining, you kind of saw, I think, the result you were hoping for.
Right.
But as soon as you finish with this, you all kind of turn to see a bunch of the mutants who have kind of lined up and were like slowly building to a charge. Look around in confusion, like the one that was touched by the chill hand, and you see them start to undulate a little bit, and the secondary heads start to sort of twitch and fluctuate, and one by one these creatures begin to drop. But looking at them, there's no intelligence beyond the intelligence of cows, which admittedly is pretty high for an animal, but there's none of the murderous intent. It's just creatures that are a bit confused, but also shouldn't exist. Sort of
Right, there's
ceasing
no
to
longer
function.
a hive mind sense about them? Oh,
Not at
okay.
all. And one by one, they fall.
I think I would just watch that happen kind of in silence until they were all down, because
Yep.
there's something tragic about this.
100%.
Yeah.
And then when that's done, I would raise a hand and put it on Gwendolyn's shoulder and say, "You did an unpleasant thing in a hard time. And the cost was high, but it was the right thing. Would anyone object to us carrying this coffin outside to speak to the butcher and discover who's behind all of this?"
No, not at all. It would be an honor to give this fawn boy a proper end. Yes.
Let's sort this out.
So with that, do you bring the body or the coffin? Or both?
I think,
Let's
can we
bring
bring
the whole
the
unit.
body in the coffin?
Yeah,
Or just carry
absolutely.
the whole
Yeah,
thing?
so you sort of portage it between the three of you in, for lack of a better term, kind of almost a processional up and out of the slaughterhouse. And sure enough, you see the bodies of mutants kind of everywhere where they've fallen. You emerge back into sort of the main processing center of Farmville, and you find it eerily silent. And there's something about the light that seems off. It seems to be almost turning in a weird way. As you open the door, you see it on the ground. It's almost like the light is turning back and forth, which seems very odd to you until you step out and you see the butcher impaled, hanging on a meat hook.
I would
I-
drop the coffin and run
Yeah.
to try to like lift him off it. Like, you know,
Yep.
what you see it's a dark reference, but like TV where people have been
Yeah,
hanged kind of thing.
It's like the hook is through his chest, to be clear.
I'd still get him
when
off
you
it.
when you go over and like start touching his feet, and you can see his face, and again he's you can tell he really, for someone who does such brutal work, clearly has rituals of self-care, kind of, because his face is very cherubic under the mask, but the mask is gone, and he suddenly his eyes spring open as you pull on his legs, and he goes, Oh, fuck, that hurts. Thank you, though. Oh, fuck. Hey, I'm glad you three made it. And he looks to you and he's like, Your Highness, I would bow, but, and he, like, looks down at the hook, like, sticking out of his chest. He's like, pretty sure if I move another inch to the left, this thing rips my heart open. And
Who
he just,
did
like,
this?
coughs
Who
out
did
blood.
this to you?
And he's like, they came from the shadows. You must beware the Shadow Mother, her agents. I fucking knew Din was behind this. And he coughs out a bit more blood. And he looks at the coffin, and he just, like, manages, and it seems to take most of his strength to point at it, and he's like, I fucking knew there was something off about that. He said it was provisions. Look, and he just looks at you, Gwendolyn, and it's weird because you don't really have eyes, but he still manages to find what you consider your eyes.
Yeah.
And he just says, the Covenant has broken the pact. They are moving to destroy us all. Don't be fooled. You must keep your guard up. Shadow Mother Lysa is more dangerous than you can imagine. Watch your shadows. And then he chuckles and goes, oh, and he reaches painfully across himself into one of his gloves and pulls out the amulet earring. He's like, fuckers forgot to check the gloves. Good luck, Your Highness. You're the queen we need. And then as he kind of, like, the life drains from him, his hand falls open and the amulet falls to the ground.
I just kind of mutter to myself, like, thank you for your final act. And I take the amulet and walk out.
So, Duncan and Makka, I assume you take a few minutes to pull this massive man off the hook.
Yep.
And you pull him and the fawn kind of out into the center. The workers of Farmville are shocked. They've been receiving so many requests from friends for crops that they didn't even hear this happen. But also, none of them heard anything. It's as though they're astounded that this happened, but they didn't see anyone enter. They saw no one exit. Together, the cowherds round up the bodies of the mutants, and the minotaur and the butcher and the fawn, and create a massive pyre. And you can tell that these farmers truly care for their herds and for the animals they raise, despite knowing where they're going and the purpose they're being raised for. Makka, to some extent, you recognize that they also believe in a cycle of sorts, and this is, as the butcher indicated, none of them were okay with this, and this seems to be closing an unpleasant chapter for them. One of them steps forward and kind of picks up the helm of Jack, the butcher, and she replaces her pig's head with that head, and she looks to everyone and says, "I had not expected to take the apron so soon, but I will serve, as he did, and as our father did." And she kind of like looks to the fire and picks up his cleaver, and it's a bit of a struggle because she's not like fucking 7 feet tall. She's only 6, and she just kisses it and she says, "Good night, brother. I'll keep them safe." And she tosses it into the fire with him, and the three of you watch in silence as the farm mourns their lost, and you as well mourn for the allies as well as the victims of this horrible crime. In the morning, you set out. You have recovered all your hit points. You have your spell slots back, and you make your way towards the horizon wall, the known border of Orville, and, to your knowledge, the very limit of human society. You approach the massive brass wall, and you notice that no one is there. There's no one on it. There's no one like taking shifts on the wall or manning the wall. But the cannons and the crossbows that line it seem to be tracking targets as you approach. My question to you is, which exit do you take? Do you exit out towards the sea and the bone spurs, or do you exit out the east end towards the direction that Makka, you came in by boat?
I feel Makka would suggest the east because the Covenant of Crecate is east of Bleen. So
and
it seems like
geographically it lies next to the bone spurs. So
so that exit would be better, the bone spurs in the sea?
If you want to seek out the Covenant of Crecate, then that would be the direction to go. I guess and this is a conversation you guys can have. I don't want to storybook you through this. Yeah. The question is, do you want to go after answers there, or do you need to level up a bit first, for lack of a better term?
Or do we need more information?
This is kind of what I mean. Basically, the next chapter of this story is called The Wider World, and all three of you are about to enter into the world of Gren and actually begin to explore. Gwendolyn...
We just heard that the Shadow Mother is incredibly dangerous.
Also, to your understanding of the Covenant of Crecate, they're witches and assassins. That said, it's up to you.
We have so little experience with witches.
Friends, my blood burns hot with the demand of vengeance, and Shadow Mother Lysa will be destroyed by a Dawnbreaker's hand. But we have been behind in every step of this hunt. We are not the hunters currently, we are the hunted, and we have been losing our herd. We can't promise our allies protection, and we do not know how to defeat our foes. We can attack, and sometimes that is the best form of defense, just recklessly and fearlessly diving for the heart of the beast. But we are also the shepherds of a new alliance, and you are the leader of a nation that ultimately may be a cause of this evil. And if the Alliance of Equality is the only force that can battle against the Covenant of Crecate, do we need to strengthen that alliance first? As a Dawnbreaker, it is not my path to choose where the future goes. It is my path to usher the living to that point and to a brighter future.
We need to strengthen.
Gwendolyn, I do not know where to go if we are not to directly pursue the Covenant. But I will follow you. Yes. The cluster has shown me that my destiny lies with you. Yes. And so, if not to Crecate now, then together to Crecate later. Yes. Lead, and I will follow.
Then we go to the Bone Spurs.
As the last dying sort of purple colors of night begin to fade, the three of you board a ship, a small ship, provided by the Lord Poopsmith, near the fire pond, and push off towards the wall. You begin to I think probably Makka and Duncan are rowing as Gwendolyn, you consider the massive brass structure ahead of you. The weapons track, and you hold the amulet up in front of you. And you notice that suddenly it's almost as though the weapons can't see you. They keep tracking, but you're seemingly the ship is invisible. The small craft bobs across the water, led by oars, its sail hanging slack, until you reach the wall itself. And at the glance of the amulet, a line of gemstones light up, and slowly the doors swing wide and open. And in front of you, there is horizon and dark, looming mountains. And as a light wind begins to catch your sail and propel the boat forward, the sky shifts, and you see the very first rays of dawn. And that's where we will leave it for this evening.
Can I just say one
Hell
thing?
yeah.
As we are embarking on this kind of new phase, I say, Duncan, we've basically I've made a vow now to do the right thing. But I fear that doing the right thing might get us all killed.
Well, that's why it's good you have a Dawnbreaker at your side, Your Highness. Because the moment we take up our oaths, a Dawnbreaker is already dead. All that's left is glory.
And Makka, what's your response?
So it'll be worth it.
Yes. To die is everyone's duty. Yes. And it's not that bad.
I know. I've done it once.
And with
As have
that,
I.
Duncan, you look at the two people who have already passed through that gate, and you shrug. Because after all, in a way, you're already dead too. And so, 3 dead people in a small unarmed craft sailed out to meet their destinies.
This episode of Curse, Code, and Crown was edited by Ryan LaPlante, and the campaign was created by Tom McGee. Our original theme music was composed by Landon Knoblock, and all of Dum Dums and Dice's art is created by the brilliant Decapitated Markers. If you want to follow our players or our DM on Twitter, you can reach out to Laura at ELHamstring, Ryan at TheRyanLaPlante, Tyler at Tyler_Hewitt, Tom McGee at McGeeTD, or you can message our whole company at Dum Dum Dice. So please, join us again for more Curse, Code, and Crown!
Dum Dums and Dice has to give a special thank you to the supreme beings of our Patreon at this time: Christian Menicola, Long Long, the Half-Blind Prophet, James Cuellar, DM Rob, Christopher Little, Joshua White, Olin Anderson, Sue One, and Jill and Noel LaPlante. If you want your name to be added to this list, you can join our Patreon too at patreon.com/dumdumdice. Thanks to them, and a little bit of thanks to you.
Hello, everybody. All right, so we've completed our first session now. We've gone through the whole journey. We did what were you calling this, Tom? The
We've
Lords
done
of Byproduct?
the first 2 chapters of Curse, Code, and Crown. We did The Fall, and then we've done The Lords of Byproduct. So the first 2 chapters of our epic quest.
Great. So now we can talk about the Lords of Byproduct, which we haven't had a chance to discuss whatsoever. How do we want to do this? Do we want to talk about the world now that we've experienced it? I mean, our questions are always just us wanting more story that we can't ask about, but we can talk about what we liked overall.
I would like that because it strokes my ego.
All right, everybody, let's stroke Tom. So who wants to stroke Tom first?
I can deliver, baby. I can give you what you need.
No, but in all honesty, I'm always curious to hear what kind of everyone finds is the most interesting piece, because it just helps me continue to build stuff.
Hey, Tom, when was the last time you watched Jurassic Park?
In a theater like a year and a half ago.
Yeah. So when we saw Jurassic Park live with the orchestra?
Yeah. Actually,
yeah, we
that
were
was
all
the last
nice.
time.
We were at that too.
Yep. But
Tyler, you want to go first?
It's one of those movies that I can do line for line. So just, it's always in my heart.
Clearly.
What a delightful just smorgasbord of Dungeons and Dragons you've given us today. Everything from like just totally flippant, wacky encounters, just goofing off with like misunderstandings and weird, wacky little impa-crimpas, to like completely maudlin, just like body horror, devastating like loss of like charismatic NPCs that like were cool and interesting. Just thank you so much for just giving us the whole range in
Thanks,
one
man.
go. It was really, really great. Yeah, I loved everything about today because I got a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
I'd say everything so far, Tom. The stuff that I'm really enjoying is like, I feel like X-Files, when it's at its best, is kind of where you're sitting with this, which is delightful, which is there's still like experience of this experience, but the big plot never gets left behind, unlike the seasons of X-Files that drive me fucking insane.
Yeah, don't watch the reboot. It's not worth it.
I listen, when I got bored with the old show, I stopped watching, and I have trumped everybody who kept going. But no, I think everyone's got like clear emotional hooks that are getting played into with big overarching goals. And I think why it's really satisfying for us as players is you've captured a lot of the energy, for lack of a better term, but like that Civilization uses, where we just want like one more turn.
Right.
Because there are really satisfying like short-term and medium-term and long-term goals for story and for individual character arcs and for the relationship. That I'm not even just excited about what just happened or what's happening now, but for the possibilities of what could happen afterwards and whether those plots are going to keep going or kind of get betrayed. Because we've got like cool short-term villains. Like the villains of the series range from like hubris of man and just like a lack of understanding to a shadowy organization trying to take over the world that may be fucking with death as we know it. And I think that it's a really great challenge because you've managed to balance personal conflict with world conflict and interweave them in a really nice way that keeps reappearing, and creating some of that like interesting moral gray area. Because I find a lot of D&D stuff that I see, the moral gray area is like, are you going to do a convenient thing or a dumb thing that's noble according to what you would think at home if you were 7? And I'm like, this is not really that impressive. And I feel like you've managed to capture beyond a lot of what Telltale or those kind of games are, where it's not A or B. And I feel like you've still built payoffs in those. But yeah, like we've actually in the course of this session stopped trying to make Laura a traditional ruler in the traditional sense of like everybody bend the knee, motherfuckers. She's cool. Fuck, that's amazing for what is traditionally like a very Regency thing, but it leaves a lot of like gray area and stakes in that. And I think there's a lot of fun in the conversations you've had even between the adventures where I'm like, oh, I'm excited because we have dealt with all the character beats and the bigger world moments while dealing with like beat to beat, and like we can have fun with impa-crimpas and afterwards we can still talk about the Covenant and how it's going to be there. And I don't feel like we spent too much time with impa-crimpas, and I don't feel like we're missing that core plot as we go. It's quite satisfying.
Thanks, man.
Great forward movement of story.
Yeah. I'm super thrilled that like within all of those wonderful things that Ryan and Tyler just mentioned, that you're like bringing in like our current world issues.
What?
Man.
No.
And it's just like, it makes me really happy because like as someone who has like done like work and like waste reduction and stuff, I'm like very happy.
Yeah,
like,
Laura worked for a corporation where they jammed so many fawns into magical coffins just to make slightly bigger cows.
It's true. It's true. I did. Well, actually, I also did a lot of work on like animal welfare and stuff. So it's like, this is really like hitting me, man. And it's just, I really appreciate that you bring those things in, not in a way that's like hit you over the head, but like it's just like a natural part of the world because it is, and it's not something that's just like let's all be SJWs and like, but like, it's like, actually, no, because it actually fucking means something, and it would mean something, and like, people should think about it more.
Ah, shucks.
Anyways, I appreciate it.
Yeah, cool.
Man.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys are making great choices, and it's fun to run this world for you.
You're running it so well. It's so much fun. Like, these are easy choices.
It's also fun just playing the character arcs that we have, because it's really interesting, because essentially Tyler and I have overarching goals, but not necessarily clear plans for how to reach them. So we're there to be advisors, and I've rarely seen anyone structure a game around that. And it feels pretty great with the way you've come in with everybody, where you're like, okay, we're going to have a ruler who doesn't know how to rule and 2 advisors. And it means we still end up making democratic decisions as a party without sabotaging those relationships. And you've handled that really nicely for us.
Yeah. The original, before I talked to Tyler about what kind of character he was thinking about, my original plan was princess, knight, and like a barbarian of some sort who had come to court. And originally I was thinking more of like a Genghis Khan who's like, we're conquerors, blah, blah, blah. And then when Tyler's like, hey, I'm thinking about this like slime and decay based character, I was like, oh, fuck, that's also really fun if it's instead not like the barbarian queen of some random place, but instead the advisor to a different people who then ends up being the other advisor. So you've got like, here's my local advisor and my kind of like cool foreign advisor, and together we can create a thing. So yeah, I'm thrilled. Shall we talk character stuff? Do you have any questions about the world that I can answer that won't break story?
I have a question. Have you completely figured out the beginning, middle, and end of this campaign already?
Loosely. Very, very, very
Wow.
loosely.
Well done.
The most important thing for me on the setup for this, and I've talked about this before in DM chats, but like the more important setup for me was similar to, I think I've talked about this before, but I base a lot of my thinking on how Hitman works. So what is the world if no one intervenes? So if none of this happens, if none of you exist, what is the world and how does it work? So most of my effort for this for these 2 chapters was more about making sure that all the world politics and machinations and history clicked to set you up for a world that you could live in and play in. That said, I know roughly where I want it to go. And yeah, so I kind of have a middle and an end roughly etched out, but I also know from running Dum Dums that it took me a few sessions to realize where all of you lived. So we've had some downtime between sessions over the past few days, but even then, like, it hasn't been a lot. So now that we've done this, I can start firming up some of that stuff down the road. But all I had hard and fast planned, and even that was pretty loose. Like, when I do my, like, here's how I planned this Patreon thing, I'll take photos of what I have on paper that you can see that isn't spoiler-tastic.
Yeah.
It's not much. It's less than you'd think. I mean, this is how much I had for the Liquid Lord. I don't know if... Yeah, there we go.
A half page? Jesus.
Yeah. And I wrote all of this after we came back from break and you were walking up to the bar. I just knew that it was... I had Impa Crimpas and I had the Liquid Lord, and that was it.
Wow.
So there's been a lot of that. But yeah, I know what the ultimate arc is, but I want to make sure that ultimate arc tracks with who you are and how you're playing it. And now that I've got to actually hang out with the 3 of your characters for 3 days, I'm like, oh, cool. All right, now I've got what I need. And the middle parts, I'm hoping to build this in such a way that it's not so open that you don't know what to do next, but that is open enough that if something interests you more than something else, you kind of have a choice of where the next big thing will go. Similar to, well, do you want to go to Farmville or to the Wonka factory?
Yeah, or do we go to the Bone Spurs or do we go back to Turtle Land?
Exactly. And like the nice thing too is like knowing that the end of our kind of weekend session was going to be passing the horizon wall. I'm like, cool. It actually doesn't matter, particularly because like knowing where the plot's going and everything else. I'm like, either way, we advance the plot. It's just which one is of more interest to you right now, and then that's the next step of the adventure, and we'll go from there. I drew a map. I've never drawn a map of a world for any RPGs I've run. This is the first time.
Would you be able to show us the parts that we've been to?
Just Byproduct, or was it the
I
whole
can
wider world?
Not right now.
Ryan
Tom,
doesn't want to
Tom,
see
you
it?
can post it later. I don't want him to have to try to cut around his
now.
map or whatever. It's no.
Not now.
Yeah.
I'm just like I would like to see.
Eventually,
just
some
because-
things are already shifting, but I think the most interesting geographical thing I can say is originally Garbage Town was called Refuse. But when the two guards were walking away, I wanted to make a Chinatown joke, and I was just going to make it about Chinatown, and then I realized that really makes no sense, and then I realized where you were, and I was like, okay, so then I made that joke, and I was like, okay, now I actually just know what this entire space is, and then it became Garbage Town, and then I workshopped some names with Miles about who the two brothers would be.
Tylin and Ryler.
Tyen and Ryler. Yeah.
Ryler.
Anyway, so.
super fun. All right, shall we go around for character business?
Sure.
Who wants to go first? Tyler jumped on the pyre
I
last
can
time.
go first because you've all been talking about me for 20 minutes.
Okay.
Ryan, advising the way you're choosing to advise Gwendolyn is really fun. Because there's, and you mentioned this earlier, but being an advisor in D&D is hard because you don't want to just prescribe things to a character and then be like, you didn't do it, fuck you. So figuring out what the cadence of, I'm a person with a rigid moral code that not everyone shares. I think everyone should, but I know they don't. So I'm good to advise. But then also kind of the fun rolling ball. And what I kind of love about this setup is it's not, you aren't, like you're the old dog of war in that you've been around the block, but you're not on your block anymore. So it's watching Duncan essentially sort of jazz advise, because the world is changing around him so rapidly that he has to reassess constantly what being a good ruler feels like, and then somehow teach her. And that's a fucking wild process to watch, and you're handling it beautifully, and it's, I like that it isn't just like, follow the code, follow the prophecy, we'll be fine. It's like, fuck off. But the fact that it's an active liquid thing, it also makes Duncan more interesting, because it isn't just the wizened master who knows everything, it's someone who's like, fuck, I don't have the answers, but I think I can guide someone to them, is super, super fun. Also, anytime he gets frustrated and decides to just end a thing is a delight, particularly because nothing's been a duel. So it's always like, fuck, all right, yeah, so much for finesse. Which is super fun to watch. It's a great way of having the character acknowledge their class without being like, I'm not proficient for this fight. Instead being like, balls, like. Also, it's funny because it feels like we played 6 sessions over the past week, but they've all been today. So it took me a minute to recall Garbage Town, which feels like 8 years ago. Fuck, man, the thing you came up with from the trash, A+.
Oh yeah, I had no idea.
One
what to
of
do.
the more interesting
That was crazy.
D&D challenges I've ever thought up is just like, fuck it, I'll just give them a bunch of random shit and see if they can build something out of it. I had no solution for that. You could have just gone back and been like, we couldn't do it. But no, that was super fucking funny. It was a super useful tool. My only regret from this session is we didn't get to see Lord Flicker, like, carted around town without his Lumiere gear on, being like, I'm sad! But it worked out for the best. Laura, just fucking great stuff. You've already done so much incredible work with this character arc. It's only been 3 days. But again, we talked about this last night too, but not abandoning the idea of I believed in this. I now recognize that maybe this is true, but this is still who I am. And I'm going to edge towards this thing, but I'm not, there's no like hop and leap. The imperiousness wrapped in a suit of armor is very funny. because other characters acknowledge that this is a weird situation. But even though you're still dealing with your body and things, the fact that when you show up to a diplomatic thing, you're just doing it as a princess, despite being a haunted suit of armor, is very funny to me. And I think very true, because it's just kind of like, if you forget you're wearing something dumb and you're just like, show some oh, right, I'm dressed as a chicken. Yeah, know what? You're correct. Also, your reaction to the meat thing was rarely do you get to prank a player mid-session, and delightful. But also the fact that you loosened up as armor. I was like, yeah, if you're going to go down to shoot, just roll a bag of armor down it. And that's exactly when I was like first thinking about the idea of a haunted suit of armor. Those sorts of hijinks are exactly what I was hoping would happen, which is just like, oh, fuck it. Clink, 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 clink. Well, back to it. Like, fun Tin Man stuff. So you're already making great use of that, and I can't wait to see what else you come up with the character as you continue to gain levels and presumably more bananas shit, and your unwillingness to kill until like it's like punch, body slam. Fuck it, get in here, and the sword's like good gag. Dig it every time. Tyler, way to track your weird philosophy in every situation. As a DM, I like to call out, if I put you in a weird situation that I think would affect your character, I kind of take it as my responsibility to point that out to players. And the fact that you were already like, this volcano is hell for my turtle man. It's like, great. I could smoke him, I guess, if I got him. Like, I could take a break. Like, you've got this. I just, I don't love druids from the times I've played them. But you're doing fucking great work with it. It's such an interesting take on it, and I like that you don't have a begrudging druid spell that you feel like you just have to use. Every time you use a spell, I'm like, oh yeah, of course. Like, of course Makka would use this. It's not even necessarily like this is the most mechanically useful spell, or like, oh, like Tyler min-max. It's like, no. Knowing what you've told us about this character, this is what he would do. And that's a fucking joy to watch, man. You're really killing it. All three of you are really killing it with like what my character would do, particularly in the Impa Krimpa's sequence, where all of you were just like, nope. It was a beautiful example of like, as players, we're going to turn off our brain to what we're hearing other players get and just honestly play what our character has heard.
Right.
Which is great. So, yeah, A+ all around.
Thanks, man.
Would run again.
Good, because we'll be doing it on Wednesday.
Not me though, right? Are we doing this again Wednesday?
We record this show on Wednesday.
Yes! Oh, I'm so excited!
Because Tom's doing one-on-ones with other people on other nights, so this will be our new Huckleberry.
Fuck yeah! Okay. Really
That's why Tom looks tired but excited.
I'm gonna go dance down some stairs in Brooklyn.
Nice.
Here, I'll go. Tom, the frickin' Liquid Lorge, the Impa Krimpas, the reveal that they're just like actually like killing each other and are not like that they're the dangerous ones was so fucking funny. That and like the bird prophecy that the birds have prophecies. That was such a delightful little thing that just like adds so much. Thanks, now I'm like, oh my god, there's like these tiny little worlds amongst like, oh, there is a bird god 100%, like of course there is.
It's Makka now.
I love all of that little shit. It adds so much, and I think it's like little things like that really add so much color to all the corners of the world that we kind of fill in for ourselves. It's really nice that you kind of put those little things in. So thanks, dude. Ryan, I kind of got to echo what Tom said. Like, I'm so impressed by like all of your advice. It's so wise. It's just like it's always such like the right thing to say, and not in a way that's like Ryan metagaming this is the right thing to say. Like, it feels so right for your character, which is so fucking cool. It really does sound like your character, like you can see your character making the choice to talk a certain way to mine, and that's really fucking cool. And I was just curious, like, have you based it on anyone? Like, what was your kind of inspiration for your character? Or is that just like all your imagination?
No, I mean, I've loosely played on a lot of archetypes because I always love, like, I love old knight stuff. I love fantasy stories. So it's like an incredibly loose combination originally of like Errol Flynn's Robin Hood plus the Great Coat series by Sebastian de Castell plus the Musketeers plus King Arthur's court in the movie First Knight. I've got a whole bunch of backlog there. And then I kind of went and borrowed, because I actually have all 5 of the Dawnbreaker's oaths written out. Like I worked a little bit with Tom on that backstory because I was like, I don't want to be riffing a character's core like codified beliefs. And I based that on some other stuff. But no, a lot of it is just I like this kind of character, and I read a lot on medieval stuff, and I'm vaguely obsessed with that whole era and leadership and those kind of things. So I just kind of imagine where I'm like, oh, it lets me combine like script note Ryan, where I'm like, man, this character is just like me if instead of studying story structure, acting, and improvising, he just like used a sword the whole time and read a lot about leading people. So it's like a combination of like, I'll include what I learned from a management training course that I took for corporate, and I'll include repeating advice that Richard Gere got at First Night.
Well, it works. You knit it together seamlessly.
Thank you.
So, love all that. Really looking forward to more like talkings too, because it's really fun when you just like get kind of pissed.
I've got a few in the chamber
for being impetulant. I'm really looking forward to it.
And they're not stuff I write in advance. It's just you will present an argument. And I'm like, I'm going to give a shit about this later.
Yeah, no, it's great. Love it. Tyler, just like I'm just gonna give you the same note, like the same comments, the same praise, like freaking every single time. Like it's exactly what Tom said. So I'm just like, this is a cop out for me, but like it's so true. That you bring the like so many little details of your character. Like we see the beliefs and the way just, I guess, Makka's worldview just like manifests in so many different ways that it's really cool. I mean, even from like the way you cast your spells, like using the natural like things on your body is just like really fucking cool. And I think my favorite line I think of today was, "You do not speak for the birds." Was just like so great, that whole thing. I laughed really, really hard through your entire sequence.
Oh, thank
you. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Great comedy shit going on.
Aw, shucks.
All right, I'll dive in here. Or Laura, did you do Tom?
Yeah,
okay, good.
I started with Tommy.
I know. I'm so excited by everything that's happening immediately. We've been here for so long that my brain's just like, don't be rude, Ryan. Tyler, I think, your druid cracked the code for me on druids, on the stuff that makes sense. I kind of got 2 things that I want to talk about. And one is, I feel like a lot of the druids I watch just like nature and don't like not nature. And their deriding philosophy is like, I hate technology, I hate metal, and I hate you. And that's not like terribly interesting to play with or near, because there's not much to be added to scenes by being like, I either like this if we're in the woods, or I hate it because we're in a castle. And I think, I would never at any point in the future for myself play a druid without choosing a guiding philosophy based on the type of nature that they deal with. Because I'm like, oh, there's the code. There's the code to like RPing, which is like, if you are a druid and you fucking love deer, then you're a vegetarian and you would believe that running is a holy experience. And I'm just like, oh, and you've chosen like a gross part of nature, which is also more interesting. I'm like, fuck all the things you think about druids. I want the weird spore druid. I want a druid who only loves octopi. Like, I just want it to get strange.
Yeah.
Because I think that's like really neat. Like, what drew you to spores and this weird death cult that's kind of built around it?
I will tell you the single thought that made me pitch this character to Tom, and Tom doesn't even know this origin. I just wanted to be Rickety Cricket from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The guy who's like, life is a sliding scale ever downward. But like he's like happy in his place at every just god awful situation he's in. There's a scene where he talks about being raped by a gang of dogs, and he's like, you gotta act like you're scared, or otherwise they'll know, kind of thing. But you know how it happens when you kind of like it, right? And like just the worst. So I wanted to start there as like, I want to roleplay a character who loves just like the worst fucking shit. So I came to Tommy like, I want to be the personification of slime and gross shit. And from there, he referenced me to the Circle of Spores for Druids, and I was like, oh, cool. So I read what the module had to say about them, and that like altered it a little bit in that there was a degree of nobility there, and so and when we settled on Tortle, there seemed to be sort of like a worldliness to that as well. So I elevated the character status significantly for that. But it was just a matter of like, I wanted to roleplay someone who revels in just the nastiest shit, and that's where that comes.
It's very funny that you became, and then you created like the most noble, grounded like gravitas character.
Incidentally, Tyler, based on what you've given me as kind of the base point, the Consortium of Bleen is named for one of my favorite films, Mystery Men. Spleen is Paul Rubin, aka Pee Wee Herman's character in that, and his power is just that he farts, and he's super gross, and everybody hates him. And so I was like, all right, what can I name this place that evokes like Bleen is such a weird, like it makes me feel gross. It's a made up word, but anyway, so there you go, part and parcel. They're not gross, but they live in a gross place.
On a more meta level, I also agree with Tom, like, the good spell choice in the use of spells. Because sometimes when you're dealing with, like, new characters who are magic users, it can just feel like, and now I reach into my bullshit bag and fuck you this scene. And, like, as someone who plays a fart cleric in another show, I'm aware of what it's like to reach into the surprise fuck you bag and have some fun. But, yes, so... grounded, and they all feel character driven as opposed to mechanic driven, and I feel like you really got away from it feeling mechanic driven, and then just like creative fun use. And I mean, that's also just the thing about like this table, which is like, oh, you're feeling like shit because you're away from the cluster. I cast Goodberry, it's all mushrooms and it protects me from this, and it's like, yes, that makes sense as a use of this. And I'm like, yes, this is what this fucking game should be. But yeah, it's really cool just to kind of see those spells where I'm like, oh, it feels like Makka is invulnerable. Why? Oh yeah, because Makka doesn't fucking care if he dies, which even means like Tyler is RPing the character who thinks death is natural, because he's never like, I need healing, I'm really hurt. He's like, I'm covered in spores and I will be spores. Which is just like a really nice thing. Laura, from now on, we shit with you, not upon you.
Oh,
yeah.
Chef's kiss.
Yeah. The perfect blend of flawlessly noble statement in one of our shows. Like, just for me, that's the bridge between comedy and drama, is like, what a moment of incredible heart. And that's also something I could absolutely see like Michael Scott saying in an improv scene. Like, it's just delightful.
Yeah. Before he pulls out his gun.
Yeah, also it's very
Michael Scarn.
It's very rare to be able to say, but like, you playing someone who is bad at giving presentations. As someone who watches a lot of presentations, you do it incredibly well, with the weird uhs and ahs and stretching out ideas in ways that don't make sense and they don't require. And just stumbling through it and then just turning to someone and being like, you're going to say it better. I'm like, fucking, I've worked for this person. And like, it's like giving me PTSD flashbacks in real life to people that I like, that I hate. And like, I hate the character.
Sorry.
No, but it's delightful to watch, because I think there's such an urge to be like, my character's going to be bad at this thing, but I have to be bad at it in like a cool way. And it is pretty fun to just watch somebody be bad at something where you know everyone in the room is going, just fucking nail it, come on. And it's great because it's character driven, and it's also great because you play so smartly and you're playing all the scenes so well that it's not like a moment where as players or as an audience we're like, oh, Laura doesn't know what to do in this moment. It's like, oh, this is Laura playing a character who's tanking it. And then it lets us enjoy it in a way that we otherwise wouldn't. And I think it's a really fine line to play incompetent without you becoming like a Will Arnett character. And you haven't. It still stays like real and grounded. And nice
thanks,
in that
Ryan.
realm. Oh, man. Tom, you've given us like a beautiful world of moral conundrums in this one. And I like that the answers aren't simple, but I like that they're also not punishingly bad. Which is like, we meet Fievel, and we're like, we're gonna be nice to this guy. And I was like, yeah, I want this guy to be the king. And then he's the king. And then he just melts his brother. And I'm like, this is what you get for murdering someone and just choosing like the bully kid and being like, well, you're God now. And I was like, yeah, this checks out. And then we go back to Garbage Town and we're like, cool. We'll take that amulet. And you're just like, I can't really offer you anything. I don't want to offer to put you in charge in like the murder kid's kingdom. You're still garbage people. Like, there's no easy solution to rebuilding this realm until Orville gets back. Then we go to the Liquid Lord, and I'm like, yeah, we cannot bring these people into this alliance. These Impa Crimpas need to be put in like a Romulan neutral zone that we don't let them out of. Because I do not want them to attend a meeting with anyone else where we're supposed to have a meaningful conversation. And then the last one, which I think was the subtlest but was really interesting, was just like the subtle treatment of Jack Goff, which was just like, oh, a loyalist who doesn't actually want to totally change the system because it seems like Farmville's got the best deal. But we find...
You didn't get that before?
I didn't even get it.
Thank you, Patreon.
Sorry.
But
I literally...
I didn't get it until right now, so don't worry about it. We're all having a journey.
The reason you didn't is I made sure to articulate
Mr.
it
Goff.
very clearly. He was Mr. Goff, and then he was Jack. Someone said it once, but I put a big gap in between. Was
Tom,
not going to give them the pleasure.
I still collect the names and read it like 5 times, and would, if I was you, I would have called him Jack Goff for the entire show and not got it. So, you know what? I appreciate your wizened nature with the Patreon. But what I liked was we've got somebody who's on board who seems like a perfect flawless leader who should immediately be in the alliance, and then they get killed by an enemy we have who is so deadly that we didn't know and we can't protect them, and it just points out that like we desperately need to stop this villain and we can't like promise it's gonna be okay, because I feel like there's a lot of scenarios where you're like, we're gonna go off and we're like, call us if you need help, but in this one it's like, you can't. Also, we can't really help because if they come back as invisible ghost people, we're all fucked. So I don't know. Farm. And it's fun to have that kind of in-world pressure where it's like, oh, cool, this actually all matters. In like a way that's not just like, oh, what about the Spore God? Or like, what about Gwendolyn's dad? And it was like, no, these people, because we're meeting them, we spend time with them, they all matter. And it's nice to give us like ongoing stakes in a world. You've escaped the Star Wars problem of like, why do we care if the Death Star blows up a planet? Let's show a bunch of people on a balcony getting scared. And instead I've spent all this time meeting new people. And now I'm like, man, as a player, I'm like, I give way more of a fuck about Byproduct than Orville at this point, which is a beautiful arc to have written when everyone in Byproduct is like, fuck you, do a job. And I'm like, well, I should do this job. I've earned it. We fucked this up. Let's go help the Morlocks.
Cool, man. Thank you.
I was about to jump in before Ryan praised Tom. Everyone's gone, right?
Yes,
I've been
good.
bad
You're
at this the last 2 nights. Okay. Laura, I gotta tell you, the secondhand satisfaction I get, and this is like from real life, when you are trying to encourage someone who is not sure of themselves, experiencing a lot of self-doubt, and you're just there being like, no, yeah, come on, you fucking got this. You got this, baby, kind of thing. And then just seeing them go off and succeed in, like, any measure. I'm feeling that so hard with Gwendolyn. Where it's like, where, like, she's like, I don't feel right with this, or, like, this feels weird, or or just, like, unconfidently making a royal declaration, and then Duncan having to come in and kind of clean things up a little bit. And so it hits me like so hard when it's like those small successes, kind of like you take what you can get kind of thing, of like, I feel like a proud papa when you're like you will no longer be shit on. We will shit with you, kind of thing. I was like, hey, that counts. Like, that's a good, like, that's diplomacy. That's confidence. That's what we're looking for, kind of thing. Oh, it felt so good in that. Like, the joke was, first of all, tip top, but also the character moment as well. Yep. I felt as like, yes, we've been cheering on Gwendolyn to fucking bone up and make declarations and make them stick, and they feel real and that she's put her beliefs behind it, and we will shit alongside you. You will no longer be shit upon. Hit like all those boxes. So it didn't matter that it was the context of where we're gonna poop. What mattered is that it was like, yeah, fucking Gwendolyn's getting this thing. She's coming
very rare
along.
do you hear like a perfectly written line that is improvised.
Yeah.
Like you Chris Pratted it in Parks and Rec.
Yeah. So yeah, just the immense satisfaction of like, I'm cheering you on, and from cheering you on, seeing you succeed in some measure, is gonna be rewarding every time it happens. Every time Gwendolyn's journey progresses and she becomes a more capable leader, a better public speaker. Hopefully it's not too quick, because I'm loving this kind of transition stage very much. But I loved that whole sequence right there, and I just got so much secondhand satisfaction from the result.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Brand.
There's a problem.
Oh, that's my Google Home running his mouth. Tom, Ignatius Wimblethorpe. We talked a little bit about it on air. Just like, I loved the panic-stricken, whimsical host to a Wonderland. The guy who's like hosting like a awesome party, but like wasn't expecting guests, was just so much fucking fun to interact with and roleplay with. The guy of just like, come along, join me on my gondola, looking at the canoe, looking at us, looking at the canoe, being like, let's get on the bigger boat. Just all that shit, all the just last minute slapdash presentation of just like a flop sweat guy. Like, we talked about how like it seemed very much to me like you had just taken inspiration from Jake Gyllenhaal's character and like the music is everywhere sketch. You hadn't even seen it. You zeroed in on it so tightly.
Yeah, watching it after
so
was alarming.
accurately.
It's fucking great.
That makes it even better almost, and that you came up with it in like how much time? You basically had the name Ignatius Wimblethorpe and Impacrimpas.
I didn't even have Ignatius to begin with. I knew the Liquid Lord was going to be a Willy Wonka type guy. He was going to have Impacrimpas. And then I was like, okay, he needs a name. And I was like, Iggy Wimblethorpe is pretty good. I was like, oh, he should be Ignatius, so he can short form it to Iggy. And then I wrote down Boozleberry Wine, Nexus Ale, and Scotchka. Those were going to be his 3 liquors. And then the rest was just me panic going, I don't want to just do Willy Wonka, so how do I make Willy Wonka different? Oh, he fucked up the entrance, and then the rest just came from that.
The fact that was off the dome is all the more impressive. The fact that you hadn't seen Gyllenhaal's character, even more impressive. Highlight of the session for me.
Oh, thanks,
was that whole the Liquid Lord chapter highlight for me.
Thanks, buddy.
From top to bottom.
Yeah.
And Ryan, we've seen your frustration manifest outwardly at other people, as I keep wanting to say Declan. It's bad.
Yeah, I almost said it. I had to catch
Duncan,
myself a couple times.
Danno Creedy.
As Duncan Condano. Frustration at Princess Gwendolyn, frustration at some of the NPCs and just the way they seem to be living their lives, or giving into superstition, or giving into their more base instincts. That kind of frustration, sort of a noble frustration, wanting people to be better. God, I can't tell you how funny it was for the frustration to be like, I want to duel someone properly. Just like,
while fighting mutant cows in a slaughterhouse.
It was no longer about like, be better morally and fundamentally. It was, if we have to settle this with a fight, let's fight one-on-one with rules. Just the absolute frustration. Like, obviously you will have your time to shine and you will fucking kick ass, but in the meantime, it has been a real joy to watch Duncan encounter like beasts and monsters for the first time, and not, let's say, seasoned fighters. It's been really fun and funny. I guess a gift from the unlucky die rolls, but you roll with it so well and you turn it into a character bit, which is like top tier role playing.
Well, it's a lot of fun because I don't actually at this level have that much of a bonus to any individual die roll. Like I have to, even half of the swashing powers are like after you've rolled to hit. So I'm like, oh well, fuck me. I gotta do good or I'm terrible. But it is extra funny because at some point we'll get into his backstory and how he got his last name, and he took it for like a noble reason. But holy shit, that is twice as funny with the way this has played out.
Well, I'm looking forward to it all the more then, because the taking bad die rolls and making them into character moments is, I consider that to be like next level D&D gameplay. Instead of just like, well, I missed this time, but whatever, I'm still cool.
Well, it changes the game from a pass-fail state into a story.
Yeah, it takes the skin out of the game when you're like that, and you've got skin in the game, and the show's better for it.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
And then you get lines like, sometimes you just fucking dance.
That's right. Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
So good. I love that.
Cool.
I didn't miss anyone, right? Okay,
No, you're good. You went around.
You did it.
I'm extremely paranoid. I felt like fucking shit about that. I'm sorry, Laura.
Don't worry. I thought
Really,
Laura
it's
missed somebody
fine.
today. We're all feeling very seen and very concerned at the end of these sessions.
It's all good.
So I think that's probably it, except please level your characters up to level 4. We'll mention it on air, but we're going to move, baby. We're going to move. But you completed a chapter, so...
Right on,
Awesome.
man.
Thanks, man.
That was fun.
That's great.
That was so much fun. Holy
Also,
crap.
thank you for being such good sports about Garbage Town. Once I realized that was the road we were going down, I was like, gotta walk it to the end.
That would have been the session highlight for me, if not for Ignatius Wimblethorpe.
It was it was just the right amount of tasteless without being so deep cut
Yeah.
that people wouldn't get it.
Yep.
And they'd be like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah,
That was very nice.
A lot of it was surprising to me, too. I was like, oh, they've got maps. I was like, yeah, maps, because of course they would have talking about, they could be called Breakdown. Great.